I can't explain, I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello, everybody. Welcome into the IEM Rio qualifiers. A great first day to kick us off yesterday with some clean results in there. A couple of teams, though, getting knocked down. Maybe easier, maybe quicker than we expected, to be honest with you. Heroic over in that lower bracket. A bit of a surprise, I think, to see them so easily. Eternal Fire, meanwhile, cleanest day on record. It's got to be, man. They didn't even drop the double digits, you know. Might just have dropped 20 rounds across the course of the day. Absolutely incredible stuff from them. Day 2, of course. I am Scriv, joined in by Trav. Did you enjoy yourself yesterday, sir?
Oh, of course I did, yes. It's one of those IEM qualifiers that you go into, see how stacked it is, and you actually really look forward to it. And yeah, I can't wait to see how it pans out today, of course, because we're about to eliminate a team from the chance of going to Rio, and we're going to see someone confirming their spot in Brazil as well. Here is the look at the bracket at the moment. We will be focusing on Cloud9 versus Fnatic on this stream to start off, and it's a B stream if you want to go and see 3D Max versus Heroic. Winner of those lower bracket semis goes into the lower bracket final, of course, and when that lower bracket final commences, that will be on the B stream. At the upper bracket final between Falcons and Eternal Fire, very cool matchup. Will be live on this stream later on this evening, and that's when we send a team to Rio. And then that consolidation final tomorrow is where we find our second team to make it. So it's stacked, it's exciting. Cloud9 Fnatic is where we're going to kick off, as I said, and it's actually a cool matchup because it's one we haven't seen yet between these two.
Yes, absolutely. I think, again, should be a really difficult kind of game here. It already seems like it's a hard one to guess. It's a hard one to predict with where sort of the maps end up going. And indeed, if Fnatic can kind of match up to the level, right, they are really grinding out the tier 2 a lot more than some of these other sort of 1.5 kind of teams, as it were. A lot more maps played over the past few months, a lot more tournaments being entered into. I think this is maybe part of like the contract potentially for these players. As we know, Fnatic as an organization do run that budget, that profit, you know, quite close to the line. So I think getting themselves out there, playing loads of games, getting prize pools, stuff like this is probably a pretty big incentive for the players. And they're doing pretty well in that sense, I feel. You know, they are climbing up the rankings a bit faster than a team like Cloud9, and again, might be able to bring a solid game. There are some really weird sort of situations, though, for this Fnatic team where they've dropped maps where they definitely should be winning, and there maybe is a little friction within the team. You know, Blame F is a character that has maybe been assassinated a little bit, we might even argue. He's looking really good stats-wise, but can players like Body and sort of Matties, you know, these newer names, can they work alongside Blame F, who I would imagine has high expectations and always seems to perform well? Might be a certain way that he does it, but he seems to always perform well. We do have the Veto here to check in with before getting into proceedings as well, just to kind of talk it over. That Vertigo actually getting removed out here. Cloud9 wanting to stay away from it, I suppose, still working out their entire map pool. They know the nuke is probably gone, so that definitely helps their decision as well. And then we get the Dust 2 out once again from Cloud9. Ancient for Fnatic, which is a map they're playing loads of. It was a bit weird yesterday, wasn't it, Trav? I think I'll leave that to you a little bit. And then, of course, Anubis as the decider.
Yeah, it's. I think this Veto is a good one because it's probably going to be Fnatic's biggest test on Dust 2 yet. I mean, they got a couple of wins over Sangal recently, and that's a good, decent, you know, tier 2 litmus test for them. Sangal are amazing right now. But yeah, I think Cloud9, they're still up and down on Dust 2, but they made Heroic look silly on the map yesterday. So we're very curious to see if they can keep that up. When it comes to Ancient, as you say, for Fnatic, not only is Ancient Fnatic's most played map, it's also their most played map in open qualifiers as well, of course. With this roster, they played a lot of open qualifiers for these sort of events as well. They play it against all the no-name teams and the known teams as well. And it's one they're very, very comfortable on. Unfortunately, even though they're not bad on it at all, they're very prone to the odd choke. And we saw that yesterday against 3D Max. They got an 8-4 half and then lost. I think they only got one CT round to lose that second half 9-1, I think, and then lose the entire map 13-9. So, yeah, they're prone to a choke, this Fnatic team, on T or CT, actually, on Ancient. But it is a comfortable one for them, and knowing that Cloud9 are a little bit up and down, in general, a bit volatile right now, Cloud9, like... Axar is looking really good in his roles again. Obviously, now Electronics left, Axar is more comfortable. You got Heavy God and Icy looking very good, and that is a really positive sign. Inters is not even looking bad either, which is even more positive. But, yeah, but finding the answers in these tough games is something we haven't seen perfectly just yet. So it's going to be really curious to see if how these two teams bounce off of each other today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would immediately go out on a limb and say that the Cloud9 talent pool is deeper. You know, that firepower is certainly deeper, but Fnatic have had a bit more time to work themselves out, and this is a team as well that is always fluctuating around, you know, the energy of it. They've had many different rosters over the past couple of years, and trying as they might, you know, to really lift themselves back up to that world-beating energy that Crims was a part of. You know, it's always mad to sort of think that he was in that team, and now he's kind of been within this Fnatic squad and just forever the soldier, you know, regardless of who's playing, regardless of what tournaments. He's a lover of the game, lover of the competition. So a player like Crims, I think, as pundits, we're always a fan of. You know, you even see it in this round here where he's sort of dropping across to everybody and things like this. So, yeah, a really, really great player. That, in these types of games, is going to be very, very useful to just keep everyone's head level. We are straight into the action, though. The Cloud9 Dust 2 has delivered already once in this qualifier against Heroic, so hopefully looking to tap into that once again. But this is a different beast, man. They start on the T side this time around, and indeed Fnatic will have to bring out an A game, so we'll see.
Really looking forward to this. Two legendary organizations, without a doubt, but looking to try and rebuild themselves and get themselves a trip to Rio. Afro, Smoke, Body, Smoke. Actually unusual, I feel like, for a CT side on Dust 2 to have two smokes in play. And the nades, of course, as you can see, damage has been ridiculous thus far. They're going to try and work their way out mid, but Afro in position. This is the one player on Fnatic that can be considered a bit of a weak link. They've got the amazing riflers in Mattis and Blamer who, you know, have two different styles but work really well off of each other. But Afro on the AWP can sometimes look a little bit shaky and not the consistency that is needed from that role on Fnatic. Cloud9 have lost 2 kills early on in this pistol, though. Going to try and work their way through long instead. There's a Goosh. Axel should be able to find one more. And a second headshot on Body. Surely he doesn't stay alive on Car, but he does. Well done, Body. And it leaves it all down to Heavy God with that P250, with not really much to say in a 1 versus 4.
Indeed. He loves a good P250 here. Interesting enough, though, that Heavy God gets the P250 without armor. We've seen this in a few T-side pistols. Usually you get raid bossed up, but he tends to maybe just buy it for himself. Not quite sure. Nice frag on the first. Nothing else coming, though. Too much noise, of course. And will get dropped. So, despite a moment in there for the T side, felt like Axar was going to do enough to just take over the round. It will be Fnatic to take it.
Important to get a good start on CT side of this map. I mentioned some of Cloud9's recent results on it, of course, as well. It's one that has been up and down for them. They made Heroic look kind of silly yesterday, I think it's fair to say. They destroyed them 13-7. It was even a bit of a favourable scoreline for Heroic. They have lost to, you know, teams like Johnny Speed and 3D Max as well in that Dacia Belgrade qualifier. And I think I had a chance to watch that Johnny Speeds game, and it's just, again, not consistent yet, and that's what Cloud9 are looking to try and find. Fnatic have found quite a lot of their consistency at this level in Tier 2 this year. They've won 2 separate Rest Cups. The Relog series, of course. I think they won Series 1 and one of the more recent ones. So there have been successes for this Fnatic, and those 2 cup wins have helped them to get like an automatic RMR qualification, avoiding the gauntlet, of course, of those closed qualifiers for that event, for the major. So that is a big plus for them. But as I said, there are still multiple question marks about how they'll look at the next level of competition as the first gun round comes out for Cloud9.
Mitch rolling forwards here on the entry. Saw some crazy kind of rounds from him yesterday. We might get a little bit more of that here today. If we are lucky, I am always a big fan of the Boomich sends and trying a bit of that. Spamming away towards middle, nothing much presenting. He's making loads and loads of noise, maybe making it seem like he is sort of on his own on a solo mission, but he does have loads of support. So this is a wild sort of round here from Cloud9. I think it's safe to say there's just no one on the end of it, right? Fnatic not giving them the scraps, playing quite safe to start.
Cloud9 have all the advantages in this round, though. Toward window. Weird position on that one, and Boomish is just going to decide to launch his way through it. And you know what? Whatever works. Managed to deal with Mattis. Crims is not going to be long for this world in that position. The mid to B split. A bit of an unorthodox one with the way they entered from window, but it's going to work.
Indeed. A back off here from Fnatic. Full save coming in. Not much that they can really do about this. Maybe trying to set up for the save, as it were. Get someone up top. Here we go. This is super save. I don't think anyone's coming, though, guys. But it's fair enough. Nonetheless, Cloud9 immediately on here. As you say, maybe a wilder sort of approach. Testing the water. Fnatic are a pretty good team to test on this map. You know, it felt like yesterday against Heroic, we were like, okay, Dust 2, probably not going to be Heroic's best showing here, is it? But when it comes down to Fnatic, they've got the reps. They've got some success on this map. They've got some really strong success on this map. Not played it for a little while, actually. Worth noting. About a month or so, for whatever reason. So it just seems to be one that they're stepping into when it gets maybe picked against them or testing the water with. But yeah, they played it on LAN a little bit in June. And indeed, Sangal have unfortunately had the really, really strong end of this Fnatic Dust 2. So I am curious to see whether that translates in. Been scrimming away, been practicing away, or again, is it just a middling map that has been finding success out of nowhere? You know, unexpected kind of success for Fnatic on this map. Axile, entries out long.
Won't be the first time you'll hear Axile entry in this series. Of course, elimination on the line. Loser of this will not be going to Rio. Looking to go for his duel from short, already with 4 kills and 4 assists in this game. Blame F. Already getting that damage and those flash assists into play. Afro is going to work his way all the way through tunnels as well, and that's a lot of information for Fnatic. Having a player in that position. There is, of course, that lurk of Inters who could just go in toward the tunnel at any point late round while they try and duel long. But as you can see, even though Fnatic are a kill down to Axile, they're gambling toward A, and they'd be right to do so. 3 players in position, of course, a couple a little bit further back. But they are going to be in a decent spot for this, with 35 seconds left as the Molotovs rain in.
Axile leading the charge once again here. It is 4v3 sort of directly in on the site. Yeah, good spam could really make a difference. Nearly 2 kills coming in off the back of that, actually. Where to place the Molotov as well. Inter's still got 1 remaining. Get that Gandalf spot cleared, guys. It's a really slow-moving A attack here. A lot of space given across. The nade is good, and Matties will keep going with that FAMAS. That should be the round. Bomb dropped. And, of course, now all alone, right? Icy couldn't really do anything. Yeah, very, very slow-moving from Cloud9 there on that cross. Lacking a bit of confidence, lacking a bit of urgency.
And on Dust 2, you need the confidence, you need the urgency. And speed often is the answer to most things, I feel like, on Dust 2. And in that round, Cloud9 were way too tentative. I mean, Inters is, sure, that was his role, to come in late round, come up short, and maybe get a few kills in the side to make the round a hell of a lot easier for C9. But he's making his way up elbow and up catwalk with 6 seconds in the round to go. He's used none of his utility, and that is why, even though I feel like his numbers and individual level has not been bad on Cloud9, I sometimes think he just plays a little bit overly defensive. If he activated a little bit sooner, there was a chance that round could have still worked for Cloud9. But in the end, every single individual for Fnatic positioned themselves quite well to deal with it. Another entry in the following, though, and this time Inters does push further into tunnels and finds Mattis. So this time it's not a 5v4 for Cloud9, it's a 5v3.
Cloud9 finding a level in this one. Bit of the old spawn-based play. Fnatic still sort of in it, though, aren't they? Oh, Afro digging. Icy with the timing to hide away. Pretty scary. They're leaving him there out towards long, and he's got good information. At the same time, Afro, I think, has had somewhat of a peek down long. Sure, not straight into pit, but he's gone, you know, there's not really anyone up. There's not really anyone here. So maybe prepare for a B, maybe stack for a B. Why not? Give it a go. Crims with a good angle. Oh, Molotov is decent. However, Boomich is ahead of it. He needs some help, and they all just had nades out. Still could be good. Unfortunately, the presence is shown, right? That's the one thing of the Molotov there, is they don't commit. And then they go, hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3 guys there. 3 guys there. Okay, don't go in. We got to back off. Oh! Bagging away. Could have dropped the bomb at the worst possible time. Unfortunately, does not. So we're left with Blame F, who's being watched. He's got Icy. He's a little slow to the mark.
Oh, my word.
Oh, my goodness. Just getting it in. Just getting it in, Trav. Yeah, so wild.
That is unbelievable. Another slow round where, I mean, we've actually seen that yesterday a couple of times, right? It wasn't a bad day for Cloud9 whatsoever. Eternal Fire showed their prowess against them, but we've seen them very willing to use every single second in the round, right? And that one could have gone awry as well. There was 1 HE left. I was staring at it on Fnatic, seeing Axel with the bomb on 30 HP, thinking, oh my word, he's planting with 2 seconds. If this nade connects, it's round done purely off of an HE. But he survives on 9 HP. It's a 21 damage nade. That actually could have gone south very, very quickly off of 1 grenade. But Cloud9 will get away with it. Boomich took his opportunity when Crims put that incendiary down. You know, you barely take any damage to an incendiary in the modern day of CS2. Boomich just takes advantage of that, catches Crims, not expecting someone to push straight through it. Gets his 1-for-1 to retain a 2-man advantage, and in the end, they parred it pretty well, despite getting double tagged by Afro. Going up Xbox. But yeah, just get away with it and close the gap 2-1. Fnatic still have money, though, with the save. So I'll be able to put some drops into play here. I imagine Afro will drop 1. Get at least 3 rifles in play, possibly 4. Oh, are we deciding to save? That's an interesting call. I guess maybe deciding if they don't want just 3 rifles, they want more. You can still win this round with Afro and Blame F. Play for the next one. Fair enough.
Yeah, it is kind of fair. I think you definitely hit the nail on the head there. They could certainly still win this round out. I think they feel like they're in a good position anyway. Maybe a bit more confident in the T side of things overall. Nice find from Exile. He's maybe on it.
Again.
He's maybe on it, yeah. When he's got those spawns, he's hitting the heads, for sure. So this could be a worrying prospect for the Fnatic side.
Yeah, and something that I spoke about quite a bit yesterday. It's just the freedom that Axel has now, and it feels like the happiness he almost has again. The slump that he had was sad to see, but with the removal of Electronic, him moving on to Virtus Pro, and of course now VP not really looking that good either. The Electronic is truly the problem. Axel seems freed up and willing to do more of that entry work and look confident doing it as well. But this round is not done for C9. So 4v4, Afro push forward. He gets 1 kill, but then Blame tries to do something through that CT smoke, through that cross smoke. And when he's completely out of bullets, Axel just hops up and takes him down. So Crims will find the AK. They are, of course, buying next round, and Body tries to nab one of those rifles away. Worth taking the risk, as I said, if they're buying next round anyway. So doesn't be allowed to get that, but doesn't matter. I'll keep the AK in the AWP, and Cloud9 have palmed it pretty well in the end, thanks to Axel's triple.
Yeah, very clean. I think, in a way, both sides can be relatively happy there. Definitely Cloud9, obviously, they get one on the board. But Fnatic, as you say, saving things across. Particularly that AWP, I think, is a pretty big deal. Keeps the economy in a really good spot, to be honest. You know, if you're thinking all the percentage game, worst case scenario type thing, it's really, you know, a practical, let's say, a practical mindset where it's like, okay, if we end up losing this round, our save is actually pretty solid. And you can see, I think there's a little bit of dropping that goes on towards Blame F so that he's got a good personal economy as well. Lots and lots of utility bought up. So this could work for Fnatic. This could work. I like what they've done with the economy at the very least. This game is all about winning rounds. You know, it's not economy offensive, unfortunately. So we'll see here. Axile looking for another clean entry. Oh, he's going to get it, man. He's going to get it. Icy's found the kill onto Body as well. It was softened up by Axile. So this little duo out here towards long is really doing great work.
Yeah, they have not found an answer to what Axel's doing on long right now. Just they're falling back behind the molly, then using the molly of his own to clear out the close left cubby. They try to put 2 players there, but then Icy's there to help out for the second. Gives him the space to work with. Afro, though, will catch one on the cross. Axel's reign of terror is down for this round, and it does make it 3v3. And Crims could definitely go for something cheeky here. He's in between the player. I don't think I have any idea of this being a possibility. The long player is not looking at him whatsoever. And Crims has got all this in the palm of his hand, you would think. Finally spotted out. Should get found. Icy takes his time. Almost took too much time because Mattis took him down. But couldn't save his teammate. So now it's Boomich 1 versus 2. Flash from short. That will reveal his position. He goes straight in for it to try and catch them on the cross. They're very ready for that, and Fnatic will edge back into the lead.
That's rough, man. That's now 2 rounds, it feels like, where Cloud9 have been in the winningest position and managed to let them slip away. Something a bit off today. Heavy God and Boomich are struggling. I think it is safe to say, you know, that much is evident just from a quick look across the right-hand side of the screen there. Yeah, 5v3 that early on Dust 2, right? You feel like it's got to be your round. So Fnatic are going to give them a competition. I think Heroic yesterday would have struggled in that 3-man retake. Not the case for Fnatic. Very, very curious indeed. Early utility out towards B. Cloud9 trying to change things up as they send 4 into the tunnels very early on. Boomich wanted that frag. It's going to escape him, though.
Fighting fire with fire, perhaps, toward long here for Fnatic. Body trying to get ahead of where Axel is doing most of his terrible work, and the flash actually works out. Sure, he caught Axel quick switching a little bit, but the surprise of the push finally removes Axel from that position. And it gives Fnatic a man advantage, and the setup in mid, if they do think Cloud9 preparing a mid to B, is absolutely perfect right now. One near the boxes on B doors. You've got, of course, one in CT as well. Close player on short to push forward in Afro if he really wants to. All across to Cap for now. 50 seconds left in the round, and Afro will have some work to do.
Afro. Oh, there was a couple to pick from there. They will manage to get the right one. Through the fire they go, and it's just all too easy. Blame F with a bit of a double dinker there, I feel, to allow that Molotov to find the frag. All on the new blood, and he's just kecked his pants a little bit there. for sure. That one shot him through, as they say.
Need to get a change of underwear, perhaps, after that flinch. Getting dinked through the mid doors. Always a surprise when you don't see your enemy. And that will go down. Fnatic, 5 on the board on CT. Already a decent CT half in my books, because they should be rewarded with a 6th here. Guarantee a tie at half. And of course, this was Cloud9's map pick. Second map of Ancient is one where you've seen okay Cloud9 performances, but mostly a bit shaky. And that's something that I feel like we haven't really figured out with this new Cloud9 just yet. Their map pool. They have a few maps have had some good streaks on, like Mirage, for example. But as we kind of spoke about yesterday, is Mirage really one you can truly rely on? We're not sure yet. And there are other maps they're happy to go to is, Dust 2 and Ancient. And you do wonder how that will work out long term for them. Don't seem to have found the consistency just yet. And as we know, as we spoke about earlier, Fnatic play a hell of a lot on Ancient, whether it's open qualifiers, whether it's officials on HLTV or not. They are happy to go to Ancient nearly every single time. And all the open qualifier games I've watched of Fnatic, they basically play Ancient. It's almost comical. BlameF is stacking nades in CT. And that could be about to do a lot more damage.
Another one.
The LXCB.
No, there's no more, though. There is no more. Yeah. Bring it back, mate. Bring it back. What a time. That, like, month, of marriage between us two. Oh, BlameF shuts me up. 4 out of nowhere. Absolutely beautiful stuff. They call him the Eco Warrior, and maybe rightfully so. That was so fast to get all 4 of those, even without the armor. He's denied the ace, but he'll be enjoying himself nonetheless.
It's a perfect spot, isn't it? When they're on a low investment round and you're next to those short smokes on that sort of right side angle on elbow. Just push past it. It's a position that never goes checked, because obviously you're going to be looking toward car and site itself before you look there. Blame will farm up the HLTV rating ever further. I think he's sporting a 1.31 in recent times, this BlameF, which is, his style does tend to lead itself toward high rating performances. Maybe not as high impact, but you know what?
It's a really nice way of putting it.
Thank
you.
It's
a really, really clean way of putting it. He will lose his head. We talk about him too much. And Boomich is like, talk about me some more. So... a nice clean entry from the wacky IGL. Plenty of that yesterday, and unfortunately not finding the same sort of success today, but maybe in this round he will give Cloud9 something to work with.
Yeah, nice choice by Cloud9 to go a little bit more wild with it, maybe deciding that some of the pace is what they need. And right now, if they do go toward B, which looks like what they are preparing, I should say. For me to say, there's going to be no instant pressure from Fnatic. Need to blow open the door smoke, but Cloud9 are avoiding that right now. Axel's been spotted out in mid. He should get taken down through the doors, and he absolutely will be. That might give Fnatic some form of incentive to still go for this, because all 4 players are very close. They've got lots of money in the bank to give this a go, but they're going to need Tunnel's presence. I think for B retakes on this map, Tunnel's presence makes it 10 times easier in an already hard situation. And if they're all going through window or through door, I don't see a world in which they manage to recover this. Let's see. We've got smoke available for Tunnel. That'll be thrown in right now. And Crims has got an all-important flash. This has to be an MVP flashbang. Over the top it comes. Heavy gone full blind, but Inters stands tall with one, and then Boomage steps up. They're trying to hop away. They're not going to be allowed to, and Boomage gets himself a triple in total.
Kind of a change-up. And indeed working off of an earlier pickup. Really quite a solid look for Cloud9. It is, again, one of those types of rounds, though. They have been working a lot of pick-based Counter-Strike. It does seem, though, when they have some control to work with, when they have an opportunity to go towards B, that they're finding a bit more success. Nice jump across. Afro reined in and ready. Oh, yes, sir. That is gorgeous. Oh, man. I was ready for the 1. 2 is fantastic, though. But you see, he's crouched watching for the boost, and then he's like, okay, I got good timing here. Stand up, and they just were not ready for him at all. So well played on that angle. So well read, also, that it's like, okay, now they've got a bit more money. They've just won a round. They might go for an AWP play down in alley. And, yeah, fantastic.
Beautiful from Afro. One of the people that, of course, I called out a little bit. I want to see good ratings, good performances from him, and 10-2 is certainly one of those. Sure, a lot of saves in this half for Afro, but just consistent games like this is what I need to start seeing from him. It's the one, I guess you could say maybe alongside Body, the 1 or 2 weak links that Fnatic do have. There have been lots of talks about, you know, how do we get an IGL that helps us, that's not Body, that maybe would help against, you know, Afro as well. Whispers of, you know, Cadian could be a great idea for the future to sort of fill both those roles. But if Afro keeps performing like this, there is no reason why this Fnatic can't do good damage at the RMR. It's that main point, that main player that needs to perform well, and I do like Afro. Ever since the old days when he used to play, was it Double Pony that you kind of originated on, that sort of team?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
it turned into Heat, of course.
Yeah, Double Pony for the longest time. A little bit of a classic, it would seem, at that time in the Tier 2, where we've had a couple of teams, Bad News Eagles being another, where it's like, okay, we've not got an AUG, guys. We've not got an AUG. We really need to get an AUG. Really, and then they get an AUG, and they're like, okay, now we're going to stop playing well, and the team's going to break apart in a few months. You know?
Yeah.
Still sort of existing. I think the majority of Double Pony playing under 3D Max at the moment. So
Yeah, Ecstasy,
they are kind of
Jocko, yeah. Playing Heroic right now, of course, in the
Indeed.
on the B stream right now.
Keep your eyes on it. Definitely a winnable game for 3D Max. One of our most consistent teams. Again, another one of these gatekeepers that play really well in the Tier 2, in the qualifiers, and then when they make it to the lands, they are struggling, but it's still early days in that sense. They've only got a handful of them to work with. Matties didn't quite know what was going on. Molly in front, Molly behind.
Fire's hot,
Could
mate.
not go anywhere. It is very hot, but I think he was like, I'll just take a step away from this fire, and he's like, oh, I'm in the fire. Let me just take a step forwards. And unfortunately, there was just fire everywhere, so he couldn't get out of it. An AWP find for Icy as well is absolutely massive there off the boost. A desperate attempt to recover things from Matties will maybe cost Fnatic the round here.
Yeah, all important. Final round of the half as well for Cloud9. 5 would keep them very much in the game. Going onto that CT side. And they're going to team themselves up towards short. Fnatic have Body on long once again. And they've got Crimson mid with Blame F on a recovered AWP. On that B side. So it might have to be down to Crims here. Smokes will be put in toward this mid to B play. Boomich actually entering with the AWP almost to try and give some space to teammates, but he actually hits that shot on Crims incredibly well, does Boomich. Now Blame F stuck on the site. How on earth does he get 3 kills with AWP from there? The answer is he just can't. No one can. He only gets 1. And Body on this long rotation might be about to be blindsided by Axile, and he absolutely will be. 5 on T side for Cloud9. Something to work with. See you in a few minutes.
I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can
Welcome back in, folks. About as even as it gets at the turn of the half. Just a slight edge to Fnatic, though, of course. And this is the pick of Cloud9. Maybe not quite as much bite to it, I think, as we saw against Heroic yesterday. You know, they really do need to sharpen the claws a bit more. A couple players in there, Heavy God being one of them, that are having a struggle fest here. And Heavy God yesterday, he was in the flow. You know, he had some fantastic rounds in the matchup against Heroic at the very least. So this is a dangerous game. This is the knockout game. The two stalwarts of Counter-Strike flash towards mid. BlameF does not know what's just hit him, but they are set up and ready to burst out through long. Cloud9 panicking. They're like, oh, we got to get the control back. And they are so lucky to not lose anyone there.
That's absolutely. I don't think I've ever seen that. And all the time I've watched Counter-Strike, almost over a decade at this point, I think I've ever seen 3 CTs running up cat like that, and all 3 of them getting goosh on a pistol instantaneously. That is crazy. And Heavy God and Boomich both on 1 HP. It's just going to be easy as pie for Fnatic. 2 for Afro, 2 for Crims. And just the amount of presence they got up long so quickly was more than enough. Even though I like the way Cloud9 started that round, initiative, assertiveness toward mid, to pick up BlameF's position, as you rightly said, just wanting to get back onto the A site to fight the players coming up from that position, for them all to get gooshed in literally the space of 0.2 of a second is wild.
Boomich on the spot, trying to be silent here, but they're after him. He's going to make some noise downstairs, looking for some support. Loses his head through the pillar. You next round. I don't know. Oh, okay. I was going to say I don't know there's much that's going to be going on here, but BlameF loses his head towards short. A Mac 10 recovered. The kills are always good.
I mean, Axel's pushed his way all the way through, and there could be a double flank toward long at some point, but there's no reason why one player from Fnatic can't keep an eye on this. If Icy just finds one with the Mac 10, that would be good for some bonus cash for the future AWP. I'm going to play inside of the smoke on the site, actually. Might be able to hear some of these silent jumps from Fnatic as they make their way up. They are going to check that smoke, but timing always going to show his hand now. Afro has dealt with one of those flanks, and Icy perhaps goes a little bit too early on the spam and the movement. A couple of extra seconds. Maybe could have still found a cheeky one kill, but Heavy God will get found by Mattis, and Fnatic win it with 4 players alive. Comfort thus far for Fnatic.
Looking good, man. Looking very, very good. Cloud9, though, they have to answer here. They have to find themselves a way back into this game on the CT side. For me, it was the CT side that looked a little more impressive against Heroic. I don't know about you. We didn't see as much of it, but it was pretty dominant.
Yeah.
The start of Dust 2 was quite close, so we'll see. What can they get done? Flashes over the top are brilliant, but spam through the smoke is often something you cannot account for. A quick 1-for-1 occurs. Trying to make a play. He nearly had the drop. Heavy God's peripheral vision gives him that one, to be honest. If he was aiming at the right spot. Afro, though, for his 14th kill of the game. Only 3 deaths on this guy. He's going to keep it coming. He's going back in. Why not, mate? Why not? He's unstoppable on the scopes right now. Stick to the scout. Get rid of that M4. Stick to the scout, my guy. He has brought Fnatic back into this one.
Yeah, it's all Afro. This is a bit of a performance that I said we needed to see from him. 15-3, more than I kind of ever hoped for, to be fair. Heavy God's got a very fast long flank here. There's a chance for him to tap some players down from range, but now he's been spotted, and it's awkward. Long jump, throw, flash, but Fnatic just avoid him immediately and go back toward elbow instead to fight the possibility of a short retaker. And in a position like this, Heavy God's just not going to be allowed to get more than one. Going to tap, what, 4 headshots-ish? Especially if one's through the wall. Actually, over the top, they're going to go for it right now, and as we can see, it's just impossible. Inters did try and make his way up from CT at the same time as Heavy God peeked from long, but he decides to shift back away, knowing that nothing can be done from this. Well played round from Fnatic. Mostly all Afro, it has to be said. And, you know, you mentioned how good Cloud9 looked against Heroic yesterday on their CT side. And actually, how good they looked against Heroic on Dust 2 full stop anyway. I'm starting to think that might be a bit more of an indictment on how bad Heroic are on this map right now compared to how good Cloud9 were.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially. I mean, this is kind of what's happened, right? They've come up against a team that, again, are a bit more prepared. It looks like when you go over the map history that this is sort of the trap card of Fnatic, where it's like, you know, we don't pick it, we maybe don't play it loads and loads, but they feel good about it. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? It just got knife. What? It's not like a double nade, the perfect lineup on the USP, and then Boomich just randomly in there with a knife, man. What is... I need to see that again. What the hell?
I'm actually just going to get the stream open and watch that again.
Yeah, that was... I think we've got a nade from Inters, a nade from Axile that he, like, clicks. Axile's then on, like, the perfect... No, it was Inters on the perfect line with the USP, because Axile's got 5-7. And then Axile's, like, in there... close by with the 5. Where the hell did Boomich come from? Like, what?
Oh, I love Counter-Strike, man.
That might be one of the wildest rounds I think I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie. Just mainly because, like, from, you know, an observer's point of view, we were like, yeah, get on the closest guy that's, you know, closest to the action. Yeah. But there was maybe a lot more going on behind him, I think.
Boomich has got a P90, mate. That's something we haven't even noted yet on all that madness.
Oh. Well, why did he knife a guy then?
More money, mate. I don't know what can I tell you. What can I say? I will actually just open the stream and wait for the delay to catch up and rewatch that, because that is notable. Let's put it that way. That could set up Cloud9 for a bit of a mini comeback here. Let's see. It seems like they've, at least on the low investment round, throw caution to the wind a little bit. Why not? Why not? Boomich has found the upgrade now, as he knows that Crims is saving. And Cloud9 will close the gap to 4 in a fashion I don't think I've seen before in a long time.
Okie dokie. Yeah, definitely a timeout needed after that for everyone involved. But we are back. We are back. Hopefully some normal kind of Counter-Strike here as both teams have got the rifles going. Yeah, my head hurts after that one, Trav. I tell you what. It's crazy round. Absolutely crazy round. But we are rolling into round number 17. See if Fnatic can find some normalcy. I mean, you also have to hand it to them a little bit that the B rush is a bit wild, isn't it? You know, like quite an aggressive, quite a risky sort of play.
Yeah, I agree. I think on a round such as that decision being made by Fnatic, you know, you can easily criticize them for that as well, to be fair. You can talk a lot about how Cloud9 actually somehow found a way to win that, but that's crazy. Boomich boosted on blue box on long. Now, this should get you a 1-for-1, but nades coming through might mean he has to drop down. Thankfully, there's counter utility, and he's helped out by Axile. In fact, it's Axile to get the second kill as well. And brilliant stuff from Axile once again toward long. He's owned it on T side, and he's starting to own it on CT side as well. Fnatic, they're going to be out of money after this round. It's going to be Cloud9 up to 7 if they can convert. I see dealing with Afro probably confirms it. Blame if it's going to work his way down toward lower. Heavy Gun holding an off angle. And you'll see him just in time. Heavy Gun gets his 3rd kill of the game. Working his way back into this map individually. Trying to get his form back that we saw from yesterday. And so far, Heavy God being on 3 kills isn't really an indictment on what we've seen from him in recent games for Cloud9. He's been a big focal point alongside Axile. And Icy as well. Even Boomich is looking very good individually. On a couple of games. Popping up with team-leading kill tallies sometimes. Blame actually going down with the pistols, by the way. Getting some help from a teammate pretty quickly. Ooh,
oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, a mow down. An absolute mow down. The gruesome twosome there. into the meat grinder, as was a very popular phrase back in the days of much faster Counter-Strike. And there you are. Round going to be cleaned up. So, Cloud9, they've closed this gap exponentially. There is still a gap, however, for Fnatic to work with, but they must win this one to keep it in place. It is easier said than done as Cloud9 starting to pick up steam. This is, again, sort of what we saw in that heroic game where first half was a bit even. I think it was them that found the pistol. It was them that found the early control. In this case, it has been Fnatic, but Cloud9 really started flying on the CT side. So Fnatic going to have to respect that fact and hopefully know about that particular permutation of Dust 2 that they've played yesterday. Otherwise, they could be in for a nasty surprise.
Okay, so I rewatched the infamous B-Rush round. Boomich dinks 2 with the USP. It's Afro who brought up the P90 just to rush B with his team. Like, what? Why then?
Right.
Why now? And then Boomich just picks up the P90, and because he's got no bullets in the USP, he decides to go for a knife first.
Right. There was a nade in there from the CT side, I think, that really did a lot of damage.
The
So
nades
it must have
were
been
really the main
Boomich.
part.
It must have been Boomich we were watching. I thought we were watching Inters.
Yeah, we were watching
So
Boomich.
it's Boomich
yeah.
we were watching. And then, like, Inters and Axile naded from behind, I guess. That's what did the devastating damage. You know. And still, crazy. So crazy. One of the rounds of all time, for sure. Looking at another one here. Trades coming in thick and fast. It is the untraded Heavy God kill that really is making a difference here. Axile playing at range. Lovely and controlled. Everyone getting in there. A team ace for Cloud9, making it look all too easy. That's what I was talking about, man. Fnatic maybe not respecting just how solid these boys can be here.
They're going to look back at that B-Rush round, Fnatic. They're going to look back at that and say, well, if we don't win a single round since then that was the catalyst for Cloud9. I said it could be when it happened. And now, technically, if all goes well here for Cloud9, they are favourites to close up the scoreline to 10 rounds apiece from 10-4 down. That would be something. And I don't think Afro will touch a P90 again in perhaps the next 6 months plus.
It is a wild call, my man. It is a wild call. You're 10-5. Next round probably wins you the game. And you just rush B through a smoke. What is... Who is calling that? Who is agreeing to that? You know? Whatever. Counter-Strike. Afro. He's got a couple Counter-Strikes in him. He's only good for one, though. Drop back. Heavy God. He's in good position to stop them moving in short. Mattis gets isolated. He's already up. Problematic here. It'd be good for them to find another kill if they can. Not looking too likely, though.
That Cloud9 have managed to build up in these couple of rounds as well. A couple of these pretty cleanly in the end. And of course the bolster at winning a round and picking up all the weaponry when you had no investment in it whatsoever other than a few nades in that B rush from Fnatic has bolstered them significantly. And now Fnatic at 10 rounds apiece, they'll be feeling a little bit shocked, I feel like. And they're absolutely nowhere. They're going to have to break down Cloud9's economy in the last few rounds of regulation and find a way to at least confirm an overtime. There's been a nice little streak from Cloud9 in the last few thanks to that round. There, of course, it is their map pick. You can see it in the top right now. Ancient being picked by Fnatic, one of the maps they go to a hell of a lot, whether it's in open qualifiers or in main tournaments. If we do go to Anubis Decider, I think that would be a bit of a banger. But this one has been, that's for sure. We've seen a couple of things that we just never see, ever. So if you were watching this game, if you were one of the 12,000 people watching this game, then I'm sure you've seen a couple of rare moments. And there's a lot more to enjoy, that's for sure. I see. Well, was he pushing up mid in this gun round? Taking the gamble, but Afro's boosted on an off angle perfectly for that icy play.
Well, Afro once again doing the heavy lifting, man. Heavy God down below. I think they are ready for him here. Is this going to be the double molly hell? No, it is just one Molotov, but it still results in a frag. 5v3. Fnatic, of course, the classic. Backs up against the wall. Where it matters, where it counts. Big round, gotta win it. And they pull out all the stops.
Axel's just desperate to keep again toward mid here, and as you can see, he wanted to continue to go for it to try and recover the round somehow. But Fnatic have found an answer. Taking them a little while, but this is a settler. And Tez and Boomich just try and play next to each other to see if Fnatic somehow go into a two-man crossfire. But they're choosing the A-bomb site, up cat. And now Cloud9 know it. It's worth playing super aggressive exits here for Cloud9, at least looking for kills with the amount of bank they have. If they can somehow find 3 in this situation, it means that Fnatic aren't going to build up anything for these last couple of rounds. I think we should go down here. Oh. I prefer not to speak.
You and I both. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one there for Boomich. He gives and he takes. He was having such a rough game, and now he's like 15-14. You know, this guy is crazy. He just is able to turn it on at the most random moments. But we're here for it. It's always fun Counter-Strike when Boomich is involved, to be honest. Inters, can he make it out? Looks like unless... Oh, yeah, Matty's was close, but Inter's very ready for that. So, it doesn't matter too much. Cloud9 have got loads of cash. Loads of residual money. Fnatic, though, that's the big round. Like I say, threat of destruction if they'd lost that one, and they managed to, well, go above and beyond, to be honest. Very, very clean round coming through from them. Early start here as the AWP, unfortunately unable to double AWP here from Cloud9. What are they going to do with it? Boost up towards short, nobody around, but yeah, this is a really, really massive one. Fnatic have got to find success here and keep their opponents battered down. Flash in towards mid to try and get some control, but again, nobody around. Cloud9 with a super safe setup, just banking on these double AWPs.
Heavy God, as we have been saying, a bit more of a rough game from him, so changing it up ever so slightly. Heavy God's not a bad AWPer, and it's probably a good idea to have a turret toward B as well, rather than just a singular rifler. So let's see if Fnatic can find a way to path their way round it this time. Cloud9 can't afford to lose a pick for free at any portion around the map to leave one of the AWPs exposed. Mattis and Afro will work their way back up tunnels, and it looks like the entire team is going to do something similar. Just keeping some presence in mid for a little bit before we go for this, and Heavy God with the AWP is going to be something they might not necessarily expect, but he'll take the shot and he misses it, and he actually might decide to move away from back box because that Molotov will be coming in. He repositions, gets one, taked out on the second, needs more. He's missing a lot of shots. He's now got one bullet. He's going to need Inter's help here. Surely he doesn't get it. But Axel thankfully does help in time from mid, and in the end, Heavy God does have one more bullet to use, and he uses it to great effect. Pulls up the P250 for the last, and somehow, even though Heavy God missed 3 or 4 shots in the end there, he gets away with a triple, and an all-important triple to keep Cloud9 level. We've got a guaranteed round 24.
Yes, sir. Might have a little bit more here. Might have a little bit more. We'll find out. Pressure is on, but yeah, Fnatic felt like they were in a good spot. However, Cloud9, just enough bodies to work with, and it's one of those, man, where it looks sort of good on paper when you've got the X-ray, but when you're unsure of like where that second player is at on B, where the support is, it's very tough. Heavy God sticks with the AWP, and it's a good job he does. Afro goes down early. That is a big scalp to take.
I think that's actually a purely based off the previous round. Fnatic have said, look, Heavy God's just missed 3 shots and gotten away with it somehow. Afro, let's set you up. Let's set you up. Go for an entrance toward tunnels against Heavy God if he's still there and try and win it. But Heavy God says, don't you dare. So, Fnatic guilty of maybe changing their mind based off of just one round performance. And they've lost an all-important opening kill to that. Axile ready to chuck that incendiary down if he sees anything towards short, but we all know how bad those incendiaries are these days. T players can just skirt past them. So he's going to have to be ready alongside Icy. But it looks like Fnatic are going to go for a similar play. 40 seconds left in the round. They're grouped up all four toward tunnel. They have got a couple of mollies once again to try and force Heavy God away from this position.
Smoke for the lurk. Is he just going to get a spam? Oh, it's not a great smoke there, man. Yeah, he really could have found something. Doesn't quite hit the mark. They know where he's at. It's the exact same setup as the last time, by the way, folks. Heavy God pressured up close as well on the P250 there. Keeps things even. Cloud9 have a decision to make now, of course. The infamously hard site to retake. They are going to give it a go. Utility rains on in. It does very little. Crims will spam down Axel. That's probably got to be it. That's probably got to be it. They've got loads of money, though, actually. Nah, I think you go for it. Yeah, go for it. I'm autopiloting, and thankfully they're not. Body watching this tunnel angle. Can't find it. Umich, though, spam down the nade. Doesn't find the kill. After death, all the same. Fnatic going to be the first to hit 12.
That's frustrating for Cloud9. Fnatic say, well, it broke, but let's fix it. And they certainly found a way to fix it. Some Bob the Builders, perhaps, on Fnatic. A few changes done to that take. And even though Heavy God managed to keep it in an even 3 versus 3, even though Boomich had Tunnel's presence, which, as I mentioned earlier, of course, is such a needed thing when you go for a retake on B. Unfortunately for Boomich, he lost his teammates before he had a chance to activate. But once again, Heavy God, with this AWP, he's revitalized with that sniper rifle in the second half toward the end of it. You know, kick off the round again. Body struggled individually while leading this Fnatic team in this particular first map. And then have another advantage to try and eke us through to overtime.
We'll blame F. Yeah, spots them both. Lovely shoulder piece. There's one, there's two. See you in a bit. Boomich. Oh. Wild swing, my guy. Very wild on the dry. Maybe a trade-off of info, though. Icy's ready on the AWP. Gives them a false sense of security. Blame F nearly. That would have been the moment, wouldn't it? Not quite, however. They draw back a little bit, though. They're unsure of what is coming here. Nades and mollies. Axile. Just play it safe. There's no need to risk the numbers, man. Flash comes in. That should buy space for the bomb plant here. AWP trained out long, not quite fast enough. Ooh, he's digging. He's going to get it, and the trade isn't there. Second man unaccounted for, however. Surely Afro goes down to this, so we're looking most likely at a 1v2. Oh! No, Afro. Here's the footsteps or something. Axile's left all alone. He's hit us individually, but he's got two to get through. They're both incredibly low. Trying to play the time here. Matty's just drawn one in. He will take his head. Feed off. Goodness me, an explosive finish to the game from both squads. A really, really fair Dust 2 showing out for both teams. Fnatic should have had it in the bag, man. 10-5, and then they rush B against an eco, and it nearly slips through their fingers because of that. But right when they needed to, they will find the victory.
Oh, Cloud9 will be kicking themselves. That should have been an overtime for them every single day of the week. I mean, Axile does so much damage from that short position on that retake. You know, BlameF only getting one in mid. BlameF cooled off a hell of a lot in that game, by the way. He was 10-2 at one point. I think he ended 14-14. He was struggling quite a lot in that T half. And the fact that Afro goes back to check the second long player is the kill that seals the map for Fnatic. It's a surprise. I really thought Cloud9 had that overtime. They'd be looking back at those two rounds from 11-all and thinking to themselves, we had advantages in both of them, and we failed to convert it. They'll probably be thinking that after that comeback from that B rush, of course, that Fnatic just threw at them for seemingly no reason. They should have probably taken that. But either way, they're going to have to regroup because it is a map which Fnatic play a hell of a lot of. Coming up next, it is Ancient, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes for that. Don't go anywhere.
nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Hello gamers, welcome back in. Second map getting underway here between Cloud9 and Fnatic. First one, absolute banger. So close, all 24 rounds, but it goes the way of Fnatic just in the end. And now we move on to their pick, I think. So a very scary kind of look for the Cloud9 side of things. This is knockout territory. This is only 3 games played for them as well, so not a super deep run. And unfortunately, this is the Fnatic bread and butter at the moment alongside Inferno. It is one of their scariest maps.
Yeah, Ancient is one they go to all the time, even in these open qualifier, streaks that they put forth. When the games won't even be listed on HLTV, right? Every single map they seem to default to is Ancient. Maybe it's just that is kind of where we're at in the scene right now. Like, Ancient is a very good, solid middle ground map for nearly every single team. I think there's only like one or two top organizations that actually permaban it. But yeah. That's why I think Cloud9 might be in a little bit of trouble going into this one. And what we've seen from them on Ancient recently, sure, the game against Heroic was very good. But, winning against 500, 13-11 is nothing really to write home about in the open qualifier for this particular event. And their previous results are, overtime losses against Johnny Speeds, which I had a chance to watch that game and wasn't great. A lot of mistakes made when it came to the clock and stuff like that. And they lost to NIP and, of course, 3D Max as well in that other Dacia Belgrade qualifier matchup. So I want to say we're going to go to a third here. I feel like this series deserves a third. The fact we went all 24 in map 1, but Cloud9, it's about bouncing back mentally from that dust too, because to lose it in the way they did after they were given that lifeline by Fnatic with that unbelievable B rush that went south pretty much instantaneously. I think Fnatic should find a way to win this one. However, I will preface that by saying if there's one map Fnatic do have a little bit of a choke on occasionally, sure, it's Ancient.
Yes, absolutely. No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yeah, wild kind of results once in a while. Maybe still manage to get it over the line. Maybe let it come a bit closer. I mean, we have just seen a small taste of that as well on Dust 2, to be honest. 10-5, easy eco round. You've got one more rifle to win. That's a 13-5. Maybe you lose one of the rifles. It's like a 13-7, They let it come super close off the back of an eco. We're here, though, on to the Ancients. It is a quick 1-1 out towards mid. Axile with the dualies trying to lock it in. It's Boomich covering him, but at the range there, Axile makes it work. Spam. Crimson body trying to recover, and it is just Crims now. Couldn't even get bodies. Name out of my mouth before he goes down. Crims known about. Bomb firmly in the hands of Cloud9, so this one's looking tough.
Crim's just going to try and win the duels, I think, at this point. And yeah, I mean, I mentioned that, Fnatic, it's a map they play a hell of a lot, but it's one they haven't really played against top-tier opposition much at all. Like, despite the fact it's one of their most played, they haven't really got any proof on it yet that they can really deal with this map up against some of the best in the world, because they haven't really been there for a while. The RMR will be the true test of this Fnatic team on this map. They've had great wins on it. Against of high tier 2 opposition, like Passion UA, for example, and NIP as well. Even counting NIP as a tier 2 team, they kind of are, to be fair, tier 1.5 at best. But yeah, the streaks have been okay, just against teams you'd expect them to beat, which is the problem. Crims is trying to isolate these duels. He's desperately trying to work his way into Axile, trying to leap across the angle in the end to get toward that low HP player, but Boomich will stop him. And Cloud9 get off to a solid start. No force from Fnatic. They'll be playing for the rifles in the third, obviously.
Okay, so some money to be made and hopefully keep the guns. Kind of interesting. How do you feel around 4 MP9s here? I think that is maybe a bit much, but then maybe wanting to lean in on the utility. I don't know. It's a tough sort of call, but it does really limit you, right? You can't fight mid as well. You can't fight donut as well. You have to play those close sort of angles. Maybe, to me, it speaks to like a crunch in towards B lane in the next round. We'll see.
Agreed.
Well, there it is, mate. Heavy gun just gets glocked, because it just doesn't work at range.
Yeah. It takes, calm taps at range, doesn't it? Even at block, so yeah, it's quite awkward. So they're going to have these 3, you'd imagine, still. Come on, Inters, press W. For once in your life. He's 2 HP. I believe in you, mate. You can do it. Okay, Afro's going to just give it to him, I think. There we go. It's a dink anyway. Fair play. But yeah, I completely agree with you. And that's such an important part of Ancient as well, right? To get that B lane control as a CT. And the fact they're going to have so much utility for this means they could just cycle smokes, cycle incendiaries, and probably keep Fnatic at bay for quite a long time behind those B doors if Fnatic want to try and fight for it. This could be one of those rounds where Fnatic say, okay, we know there are a lot of MP9s in play, let's just go fast A. That's often a very default call on T-side Ancient, of course, because A is often not a site that's held straight up. It's so easily retakeable, of course. Probably the most easily retaken site in the entirety of CS for a CT side. But they are going to focus their attention on mid. There are the rifles in position there. And then Inters tries to sprint in for a trade, which I don't think was ever going to come, to be honest. And Axar is left with just him getting that one. And now Clan9 are forced to get that lane control with Boomich and with Heavy God.
Heavy God playing the info here. He's very, very wary of Cave. Slow roll. Oh, that's big from body. That is big. Boomich could have got the catch, but feels like that kill might just confirm your round. Deep information here on the other side of the map from Afro. And he's going to start to discover that the A-bomb site is free. But when it's 4v2, they can send him in. You know, they can sacrifice him. Even if he dies here, it's good info that he's gaining. Looks like he will get a frag. In fact, no, I see. Has the catch in him. So they're like, okay, well, let's just go B then. Try and use the numbers. Heavy God has to come up with a heavy round here. And we saw a number of these on Ancient yesterday from him, actually. He really looked to be in that flow state. And this might be it again. The bomb. Denied. Body will take him on the Seeker's advantage. Icy falls towards middle.
Yeah, and you know when Boomich managed to jump his way across the lane angle and get himself through the B doors? Heavy God was around there going with him at one point, right? And he was like looking to try and peek over the top of the boost box to either trade or peek together. Then he kind of like just shifts away a bit and wants to focus his attention toward Cave if they come through from there. And obviously he's not to know what's on the other side of lane and, you know, behind those smokes and next to Jaguar and all that. Like we have the X-ray, he doesn't. But I would love to have seen him stay next to Boomich at least and just play off each other's contact. I feel like that would have been a lot more successful for Cloud9. Heavy God could have at least got a 1 rather than having to maybe find 2 or 3 at the end of the round, which is borderline impossible. So yeah, it's slight misstep there, perhaps from Cloud9. Communication not working perfectly. Icy will go for his pick in mid. Have the aim up towards Shelf, but misses. Has to fall back toward Donut and play a more defensive angle. Fnatic know what they're doing with T control on this map, and look at that nade toward Axon and Heavy God. Chunks them down as they try and go aggressive into the tank. Where could be a lineup. Season of Boomich gets 1, and in comes the SMG. And of course they'll know Axel is here from the kill feed, the assist and the flash assist. And he's going to want to try and do more. Is BlameF going to expect him on this very tight angle? Probably a really rough angle for Axel to play, I think. I don't like where he's positioned himself there. And BlameF takes advantage of it.
Yeah, going to be a big all-round here. Afro's got the drop in on this lurk. Beautiful two-piece from him to close things out. Fnatic again showing that they do have a level. They are capable. And although Cloud9, it feels like, on paper, have those stronger individuals, Fnatic kind of matching up in some of these rounds with moments of their own. That one crumbled quite quickly, didn't it? 3-on-3 turns 2-on-3, turns 3-on-0, you know. So really quite a fast victory from Fnatic in the end, where it felt like it was still up in the air just seconds earlier.
Indeed. Afro is going to die here, and he's going to die without getting a single kill. So that's a free AWP for Cloud9. Actually a nice choice to rush together outside A. Sometimes you see teams stacking mid, maybe doing one of those like pillar stacks with 2 players on top of each other. But decided to go for a full-blown rush. We saw them win a full eco round against Eternal Fire yesterday on Vertigo, doing something very similar toward A ramp. course, we will be seeing Eternal Fire later on today on this beat. Up against Falcons in the match for Rio. That should be a bit of a banger, so I hope you will rejoin us for that. BlameF trying his best to get some more ecos, as we know he loves to do. But Cloud9 will be trying to protect the VIP, which in this instance is Axile.
Looks like that will be the case. Fnatic are on a late hunt, but just a bit too far away, aren't they, really? Yeah, Cloud9 going to be able to take it. Axile is maybe slightly aggressive there on the AWP, if it is to be saved. But there were men around to pick it up, I guess, is potentially the logic. Either way, Fnatic's round, as to be expected, looking to bounce ahead here, Trav, and really could start spiraling on this T side. The momentum so fast on this map. You know what I mean? Like, we were talking about this yesterday. Ancient is so quick at the top level at the moment, right? Which is quite a rarity with maps. We did have quite the meta for a while. Really slow, grindy, back and forth information type plays, baiting you out, baiting rotations, baiting utility. But this, you see, immediate nade in, might be a fight there in the next sort of 10 seconds. Not even. Like 5 seconds and Matties has gone in for a swing. So it is just really quick here, particularly in mid and B.
One thing that I think has helped Fnatic's Ancient and why they still go to it a hell of a lot, is QB, of course, the ex-Sangal player who used to be on Fnatic before they moved on. He used to be the Jaguar player, and I feel like he wasn't as assertive as I wanted to see from a Jaguar player in that position. I liked QB as an individual player, but I just think he wasn't, in the end, didn't deliver in the big matches, didn't deliver on LAN especially. I think the change-up Fnatic have made to sort of change roles, once of course they brought BlameF in, has bolstered them significantly in that position on the map, especially on this one. Boost over the top for Afro. Oh, sadly we didn't see it from his POV, but what I can tell you is that that is not the first time Fnatic have tried that boost with Afro. 2-man, 3-man boost over the top of the B site, gets a beautiful pick, and Axile is immediately traded by Mattis. 4 versus 2, and that will be 4-2 on the scoreboard as well for Fnatic.
Absolutely lovely stuff. Again, hitting a really scary level here. And just have so much kind of aggression and so much confidence in these types of plays. A lot available in the locker, it feels like, as well, right? Oh, Crim, so clean, man. First kill of the game. It's a nice one.
Icy forced to save again. I actually am seeing quite a lot of this sort of recent form by teams that have put in a lot of effort in qualifying for the RMR itself, right? Like Passion UA have fallen off a little bit in other tournaments they've been playing in after getting through the RMR closed qualifiers. I think same goes for a couple of others as well. I've been keeping an eye on. And Cloud9's form is obviously still up and down. They're playing in a lot of events. They have to get more reps under their belt going into the biggest event of the year for them. But it's a consistency which is hard to find, and it's a conversation we'll have a little bit later on, of course, once we get onto that Eternal Fire versus Falcons game. But it seems like Falcons have actually found a nice streak out of nowhere. Maybe some part in due to in some parts maybe some certain news that's been flying around recently about a certain Mr. Kovac. But we shall see. Looking forward to that game later on. First, we need to see Cloud9 recover some of that consistency, some of that form on this CT side, because it's a stat that I mentioned, the other day about Cloud9 on this map. When it comes to their pistol rounds, they've only won 2 before this series out of 10 pistol rounds on this map in the 5 other BO3s. So it is a problem for them.
Early spray down attempt. Oh, early jump nade attempt. Listen, jump nade was successful, so I don't rightly know what's going on there. We heard the grunt. We did hear the grunt, so the lineup is off. It would appear. Not fade away headshot from him. Icy on the AWP. Cloud9 have made this one work. Fnatic are falling apart. It seems, you know, that nade, I think, has strewn a lot of confusion, really, in the Fnatic camp. So they have a bit of recovery to do now.
Ah, he somehow takes Crims as well. Might even take the last heavy god. Afro tagged down to 29, unable to trade. He's going to finally go in for it, but Heavy God's going to make the 5-7 sing. And almost considering a secondary AWP there, but won't go for it. Will take the AK instead, and that gives Cloud9 a lot of extra money to work with, and will recover this half of them pretty quickly. That residual cash on Axel Inters. He's got an IC is going to go a long way. Very nice, but mistakes from Cloud9, and as you say, that jump throw nade, as you rightly pointed out, you heard the grunt, but that's another one to add to the list of mistakenly thrown nades in the last couple of days. There's like 6 or so now. We've seen either just flashes thrown at the floor, Molotovs just hitting the ground, and smokes missing due to that jump throw update, of course.
Enters. Molotov down. Oh, Afro, hello. Not able to land the shot, so a bit of a slower roll up here from Cloud9 in particular, right? Not looking to give them the early scraps. Spamming down. 4-man on B here from Cloud9 as they rotate around. They really are set for the B hit, and it might be the correct call.
Afro, waiting for the smoke push. Pretty much in Heavy God lined up next to each other. Like perfectly fitting Lego pieces. Waiting to see if they can knock Fnatic's building down. Working their way toward B lane, going together on this one are Crims and Blame F. How is this duel going to go down? They're desperate to swing either way, aren't they? It looks like now the jump spot will reveal it. And Crims, oh, he's taking his teammate down. Thankfully, Afro's there, looking to try and do more, but not going to happen. Now Mantis is stuck in the source of the smoke, and he's now out of the round. Axel headshots him. 8 kills on the board for Axel, looking very solid individually once again, proving that the roles that he's in are fitting him a lot better since Electronic left the team. And Fnatic, they're going to have to probably go for an eco here. Maybe a hero rifle.
Okay, let's see. Hero rifle on the cards. But are we going to do it? They're talking things over pretty intently here. You know, you see a lot of teams, even in a timeout, will already sort of buy in. Looks like we are going to get something in. They're actually going for it, Trap. They're actually full on going for it. So I'm not sure how we feel about this. Maybe a little aggy, but, you know, your T side, stacking some loss bonus, and it is even. So, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. Body.
Oh, he's rebought again.
Oh, wait. We're back. Okay.
We're so bad.
Maybe they sort of misunderstood.
No, he sold again.
Okay, so
he's bought back 10.
Okay, yeah. Sorted, mate, sorted.
I mean, this is fine. Like this affords them a buy in the next round, like this purchase. So this is all right. Axel might be able to keep them up though. The flash is not going to be good enough. It looks like, and Body, even though he does find one with his rifle, will be picked up by Crims. Tries a transfer, not going to happen toward Boomich. And Cloud9 win it with 3 players alive. And of course, with the investment that did come through, there's going to be no AWP in play here on the T side for Fnatic. Afro's going to probably be on a Galil. There we go. So the half bite gets pretty much deleted. Cloud9 are in a good position now, economically and slightly in the lead. Not out of this series, without a shadow of a doubt. There is still a world Anubis could be played in this video.
It is true. An awful lot of it belongs to the Anubis, if you ask me. Oh, nice find here from Matties. That's pretty big as he charges in forwards. The B bomb site going down quite quickly, but Yeah, that's just a whole W sort of moment from Fnatic. Why not in a buy like this? Matty's on the extremity, takes out Exile. That'll be the round. Might even have argued for a save to be called a bit earlier than that. Cloud9, there's slips. There's definitely slips. There's spots of over-aggression here quite often, it feels like.
Yeah. There's slips for both teams, though, to be fair. And it kind of just shows you this is why they're playing a close qualifier. They're not invited to the main event or anything, right? Of course, Fnatic had to make it, and Cloud9, I think, both had to make it to the open qualifier. We'll just quickly double-check that. Yes, they did. Both these two teams did make it through the 2 separate open qualifiers. Qualifier 1, Cloud9 through qualifier 2. And yeah, I mean, Fnatic's an important round for them because they've had a little streak of messiness in the last few. The Mattis missed nade, which caused them to look a bit flustered and kind of go 1 by 1 into Heavy Gods 5-7. The Crim's team kill comes to mind as well, where they get cancelled on that B play. So finally a bit more of a solid round from them. Just to relax things. Bit of a settler. And the grunt will begin round 11.
Yeah, it's kind of wacky, isn't it? I hadn't even noticed. Do you know what I mean? Like, of all the years of casting into CS2 even, where, like, the jump script never included it, I guess, because it's just not, you know, the key or whatever that Valve had worked on. I don't know. Very strange indeed, but it is here to stay. Matty's coming close to dying, but he will take the frag. That is unfortunate. Cloud9, you have to say, man. Body incredibly low off that exchange as well.
Yeah, that's awkward for Cloud9 there. You could tell what they wanted to try and do with that aggression toward lane as a double push, but with the positioning of that smoke, the pathing that Heavy God had to take through it was not favourable for him whatsoever, but he was committed to the play. They had to go for it in the end. Couldn't just back away that far deep into the idea and the call. So it's annoying. They do enough damage to make Fnatic rock a little bit, but they still have 5 alive. Walking wounded on Body and Mattis though, and Inters can at least show some presence with the Incendiary. The nade may be a little bit too early because they're not going to be pushing past that yet. But 30 seconds left in this round. Axel has found Mattis, and that's the lurk removed. So Cloud9 can put all their focus now into this side of the map, and Inters is jiggling, bursting with the M4A4. Axel's here. Crim's caught looking away. He's charging in, and a bullet so against Afro, and gets taken down. There'll be a little bit too antsy there from Axel, and it's all falling apart for Cloud9. Axel tried to deny the bomb plant, and maybe went a little bit too soon. Boomich has got no bullets left. Switches to a fresh AK. 1 versus 2. 2 no HP players. Afro down. BlameF 11 HP. Boomich 35 HP. Boomich has a defuse kit. Can he move BlameF out of this position? Behind back box, BlameF is refusing to budge. A second tap on the bomb. He's going to have to look at it at some point. And domes Boomich out of the round. Huge from BlameF when he needed to hit it. And Fnatic win a wild round to go 1-up once again.
That is mad. That is mad. I mean, a beautiful pre-fire from Boomich, you know, on the player on default. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, he's maybe locked in. He's maybe got this. And he knew he was sold on that position. You know, it's like there's no way he could have crossed to A main. I would have heard him. You know, the timing is not good enough or whatever for an A main cross. Beautiful. Really well read. But that's Counter-Strike, man. He just hits the shot. He just flies out and domes you. BlameF plays his part perfectly as well. And it's one of those clutches, unfortunately, for Boomich especially, where it's like, you've done the best you can. You know? Maybe you have to tap the bomb and pre-fire him a bit or something. Yeah. That's rough. That is a hard one for Cloud9 to lose, and you can see, again, eyes off the ball in this round. In to see if the trade, can he keep it coming? Yes, he can. Afro, thank goodness, got off the bomb, but in all this carnage, it has cost him his life. It has cost him control of the B-bomb site. So they're looking to back away. BlameF on the lurk. And of course, watching for him. It's one of those things, man. BlameF, he's on the server. It's to be expected. It's a bit like Get Right back in the day. So yeah, they were ready for him way earlier than you may well have expected. But Crims has drawn out. Another 1v2 hit.
Yeah, and it's so very winnable. They're a long way away, Icy and Axile. Not sure if Icy has a a rifle to switch to off the AWP, or if there's a kit to be picked up either. You're going to have to hurry up here, Cloud9. And as you can see, that might just give Crims all the knowledge of what's about to go down. 2 through CTs, playing the headshot angle on the side, but Icy straight up, so ready for it. And they do have plenty of time for that defuse. If Crims actually plays time there, he's not to know they don't have defuse kits, but if he plays time, I reckon he probably wins that 1v2, maybe purely via that timeout. But in the end, Icy hits an all-important headshot, and we're even going into half number 2.
Hello, sirs. Welcome back into the game. We are super ready for this one, man. Fnatic and Cloud9, very, very neck and neck once again. Crazy run from them, I would say. I think it is really surprising to see, again, this map come so close, just with the way that Cloud9 have looked previously on it, the way that Fnatic have looked previously on it, but now it is that flip over of halves, and for me, you got Blame F on your team, we got Afro on your team, it is your CT sides that are going to be the scariest.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see if Cloud9 can keep this series going on this T side. A T side is where they haven't looked very good, it has to be said, and pistol rounds is something they've significantly struggled on the series they've played thus far, but that's a good way to start. Axel finds 1 and 2 on body. Maybe they're turning this like corner, but they've got to deal with Mattis first. Oh, 2 bullets left for Mattis, needs 1 more, gets it! How on earth is he allowed to do this? A reload, a spin. He could get the 8, but it's only 4. And now a Heavy God has to find Blame F. He's working his way in from this flank. Bomb dropped, of course. Now picked up. He's going to have to try and plant it. But Blame F completes Mattis's heroics. And Fnatic somehow win the pistol.
Insane stuff. Fnatic with a big win there. Cloud9, unfortunately, unable to catch a break, it would appear. They've had some very, very tough ones, man. Really, really scary look for this Fnatic side of things, to be honest with you. And I do feel that Cloud9 might not be able to match up as a squad. You know, again, we've seen some good individual moments, some good individual performances. Axile still getting heavy numbers on this map. Heavy numbers on Dust too. But there is just that layer to Fnatic. The fact they've been together for so long. And they are grinding these out, man. Always coming a little short. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride in these types of moments. They need that LAN experience. They need the space to prove themselves. And the ESL qualifiers, the Rios and whatnot, are the way to do it. And man, we've just seen the PGL announcements. They're running big events. Those guys are not messing around. PGL going to be a bit of a different energy. Maybe ESL keep the path to pro. And we've seen Blast obviously announce their circuit, which is a bit of everything, really. PGL might have a few smaller events in there to announce yet, but there's no guarantee of that. So you've got to make hay while the sun is shining, sir. And making your way through to Rio is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, cool event as well. Always got a really cool fan base. And yeah, of course, held a major only a couple of years ago. Fnatic do clear up the full eco comfortably. Cloud9 perhaps waiting a little bit longer there to discuss the first gun round rather than using a tactical timeout for it. You saw Axel just hopping around in spawn. May as well use that time on the full eco to have a bit of a discussion. But ultimately, in the recent past of this game, Cloud9 will just be kicking themselves for how Dust 2 ended, for letting Mattis somehow get 4 on the pistol. I just can't allow that sort of thing when you're in such a big advantage. Especially the reload as well, which was crazy. Mattis and Body, they just might be about to mow them down. And well, the gun round, it's over before it even began.
Indeed, that is not a good sign. Cloud9, just nothing to show at all, to be honest, on this here T side. And yeah, we have to wait another round, take another pause, give it a go in the next one, it would appear. A few deagles in play here. Got to find a head or two just for the confidence, man, just for the mindset of the team. Hopefully get rid of the sort of level of discomfort. Blame F's allowed to run out. Heavy God shot out in the back. No mid coverage for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems like that pistol loss might have affected them a little bit. And you know how we mentioned how we wanted to see maybe Cloud9 with the MP9s after the pistol in the first half, put some aggression in toward the bottom of B lane and take control of it? That's exactly what Fnatic do on their bonus round with the MP9s, with that FAMAS. They push together. They try and suffocate Cloud9, and it works. They don't even get a chance to set up for anything. It makes it look easy. Body has had a pretty terrible series individually, it has to be said, but right now it doesn't matter because he's leading his team to a pretty decent win and keeping his team in with a chance of Rio. Cloud9 are going to be 10-6 behind, most likely, and out of contention. Fnatic will go through to play against one of 3D Max or Heroic in the next round in that lower bracket for that second slot available. And I can tell you right now, as I will quickly double check it, Heroic are a map and 9-3 up, so looking very comfortable today. A little bit more of a revitalization for Heroic today for sure. Comes to Mattis, get a killer piece, and Mattis will finish it off once again. This is the kind of Mattis you've come to expect. We've come to expect on Ancient. 20 kills, 10 deaths, 2 KD, and looking clean as ever.
Yeah, we'll see here, man. This is a really dire look for Cloud9. There's something awry. They're going to take a timeout. They have to talk things over. They have to straighten it out. But I just get that feeling, you know, by the way that they're playing on the server here, that there's maybe a little lack of energy to the team, let's say.
Yeah.
And I think we know that there are a few players in here that can get chatty in these types of moments. And that can maybe indeed just get a bit dejected. This is their tournament life on the line with this map, by the way. So really going to have to turn things around on the T end. It's a tough map to do so. I think there's also potential that they still have their minds in that previous map. Easier said than done to get the reset after such a tough loss.
Start now for Cloud9 if their hopes of Rio remain alive. Blame F already will get another opening though. Up to 16-7 now for Blame. Stopping Axel, making his way out mid. There are good signs of this Cloud9 team, but it's just not being pieced together ready and seemingly ready enough for these events just yet. Like, I think Axel, the revitalization of him has been really promising. Heavy God has, you know, 3 very good games to 1 bad game. I've always wanted Icy on this Cloud9 team after he did so well on Amcal. Even when he was on Vanguard, I thought he was a prospect for the future. And as soon as Cloud9 were in all that mess, needing an AWPer, I wanted to see Icy on this team. And he's not been bad, but today, not been one of his best performances. And a nice little nade into the smoking CT there from Afro. Will hit another tag. Heavy God's trying to remove Crims from Jaguar. He's going to try and use that smoke to his advantage and does find Crims in the end. So 4v4 as Inters gets the bomb down.
A bomb site, though. It is takeable, backable. Icy. Ooh, the flash is ineffective, but it's enough to maybe throw him off his game. He's going to keep them coming. Traded quickly. He gains a lot of info with that, though. More spotted out. They're going to be ready for the temple hit. Matties cannot stop hitting heads. However, Inter's left low. There is not a smoke for the donut. There is a tap onto the bomb. Inter's going to give it a look, and he loses his life. Afro in for the hold. It's not planted all that well. Or donut, to be fair, they're going to get off. Oh, that could have been the defuse, man. That could have been it. I think just hold. You've committed that deep already. Afro with somewhat of a blunder decisively. MF will survive. Heavy God goes down, but Cloud9 importantly get the key round.
And again, Fnatic and Leeds on this map. It was 8-4 to them against 3D Max yesterday in this very tournament. They lost in the end 13-9. 3D Max put in a 9-1 T-half. And they are prone to losing these leads. I've seen it a lot. And it's something they need to find a way to get past. And again, it's those sort of rounds which could cause them issues. They don't have a huge amount of economical safety. And I completely agree with you. I think Afro should just hold it at that point. His head was away from Heavy God. Heavy God looks like he wants to try and double down on those kills he got. And go first in toward the B site. Boomich will manage to deal with body. Then he realizes he has the bomb and hops back and plants it while the Molotov removes Afro. And Mattis is caught by Inters. It's happening again here for Fnatic. Cloud9 have a path back in.
Yeah, this is very troublesome. Very, very troublesome. And this is, you know, you talked about Ancient. I feel like it also happened earlier. Like, it's just going crazy. Going absolutely crazy, to be honest. The Fnatic closeout is tough. And again, it comes off the back of a wacky sort of round there. The 1v3, sure, it was a bit tight, but it felt like it was very winnable, you know? You know he's probably donut. You got one guy holding for it. Blame F's a little further back. You know, maybe should have been committing in and body blocking. And then Afro committed to the hold and then got off it when there was like half a second. Why not fully commit? It just confuses the whole situation.
I also agree on the point about Blame F as well. Like at that point, he could have
maybe looking for a main.
Yeah, that's fair. But at the same time, I agree that being closer to your teammate there might be beneficial for both angles. I think. So, yeah, crazy. And now there's a chance for Cloud9 to get back into it thanks to just a plan and a well-delivered round just to go toward B, get a trade, force the rotators back. Molotov caught Afro. That's all it took. And the gap is 2 once again. These recoveries in MR12 happen very quickly.
It does feel like there is a little bit of that, you know, miscommunication in places on Fnatic in these bigger rounds, in these more crunch moments. Players like Flame maybe like Body, think that they know a little more than the rest of the team, let's say. So I think there is still a battle for respect. And just sort of finding that balance, I suppose, between respecting your teammates and also the self-respect sort of angle. Gonna be stacking B. And the bomb is going A. So this should be a short-lived round, should be Cloud9 bagging it. They're coming closer, man. I really like where they're at right now. This could be all of a sudden a very, very, very close game.
It's been that way. Kind of funny how both maps have had the same sort of path thus far. Could be in for a bit of a weird round here. They're going to try and save. Oh my goodness, Heavy God. It's not the first two. It's the control on the third. Because that was the trade attempt to come through from Crims when he had 2 bodies ahead of him to distract. Crims has just not had much luck this game, full stop. He's 5 and 12, hasn't really had much to do, and hasn't delivered a huge amount.
Terrorists win.
Heavy God will again mean there's no trade for him. 3 nice kills to prevent that rush. Now the gap is 1 once again.
Early smoke. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are we cooking here? What are we cooking here? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy's been staring at the ceiling the whole round, bro. What the hell? That's one of the wildest lineups. I remember an old one on Cash that was kind of like that as well.
Yeah.
That was a long run-up, my guy. That was a really long run-up. But it works for a fast round. They've been saving it for a rainy day. It's like, yo, let me work on this lineup. I've done it like twice, but I'm sure I can get it down. And they immediately take A. That was such a fast A take.
Yeah, I love that. I'm pretty sure that I've seen that from a few teams. I think it's the running jump throw deep donut smoke to lock off like a rotation like really quickly. Because of obviously how quick this is, I can truly get into the A bomb site. But hang on, the round's not done. It might have to be Axel deliver again. We've seen so many great rounds from Axel on this site in the past, haven't we? And he's found 2 more headshots. He's increased his tally to 16, and Fnatic know what they have to do. They're out of there. Axel's going to try and stop them. I mean, why not at this point? You've got so much money. Oh, he still finds 1 more with the Glock. That's going to piss Blame F off, that's for sure. And Body goes down from all the damage done as well to the bomb. This is getting very messy at the end of this map, and Fnatic are starting to crumble once again on Ancient. And they've got no money for the following round. But for Afro.
Ooh, yeah. This is worrisome now. This is very, very worrisome. I think Cloud9 in with a really solid chance of sort of snatching this one away again. Felt like a really good position for Fnatic. They maybe have had their luck run out. You know, they had the sort of miracle save in the last one, but the gods of Counter-Strike getting sick of their BS. Cloud9 now have the favor of the Divine. So we'll see. Half by 2 roll around, pretty much. You know, we do have some slight investment. I think an M4 dropped across to Blame by Afro. And ends up not being too expensive for Afro. But ultimately, another good-looking round for Cloud9. And Fnatic just running it all the way to the wire again.
Yeah. I don't mind attempting the retake. Like, I understand it's a close game. You want to try and keep some assertiveness and keep your opponents at bay. But residual cash they've got, at least they can maybe put into practice these 2 M4s. They're not in the right place right now. Cloud9 are not going in the right position to maybe deal with this, and BlameF just lines up 3 of them. Heavy God and Inters tried to make their way out, not going to happen. And unfortunately for Cloud9, they weren't to know, but they've walked into the worst possible position in this round. Icy trying to answer back, trying to get that 1 kill in return, but look where Crims is with the Deagle. It's a double flank, should be an easy body spam, 3 up, bomb on the ground. Boomich is too far away. This game continues to surprise.
Oh, and there it is. Crims to lock it in. Huge victory for Fnatic. What a round to take. And Cloud9, man, you do have to feel for them in a sense. You do have to feel for them in a sense. They had a round like that though, didn't they? To be fair, it maybe wasn't quite this close, but the round that sort of
1-1 now
began it all. Yeah. It's unfortunate that Fnatic find their once in a lifetime kind of round, or rather, maybe let's say once in a series kind of round. They find it right when it matters most. Cloud9 though, taking your stride. You just got to bounce into the next one. Plenty of money to do so. Thank God. That is their only saving grace.
Good nades. That's chunked Heavy God, Icy, and Boomich down. They're actually going to go off of that straight away. They've done this strat once before, but this time they've got more players to face, and Body and BlameF are still here. Icy looking to try and go for the duel, but Crims, MVP flashbang, removes Icy's chances. Full blind in the middle of the site. Gives Body another kill. That's Body's most important round in the entire series, I'd say, to be honest. Especially at such a late stage. Helped out by Crims. That's why he's got a good utility rating on HLTV still. Good old Crims. Bless him. It's Inters and Axel in the 2v3.
Yeah, the thing is though, Trav, it's not over just yet, is it?
I know.
It's not over just yet. It might be the damage given. It might be the moment of the round, but look at where Cloud9 are at. Nice and deep into A. They're quite early. I mean, the bomb plant, it's going to be a good 15 seconds gone before Fnatic can really set themselves up, and now a full-on guessing game for them. Inter's with the wildest angle you've ever seen, but he's coming up against the AWP, so it feels like the perfect one. You know, he's going to be clearing those angles quite rigidly, and indeed will go down. BlameF, unfortunately, has taken his teammate. Inter's attempting the spam, and BlameF just going to go for the hold. Why not? He gets spammed down. However, the return is there from Crims, and Fnatic will find it. 12 lands nicely. Better late than never, but certainly better late than never at all.
Cloud9 trying speedy plays. They've worked, they've not worked. It's been a bit 50-50. Even though they had so much space toward A, Inters had to take more space. He did. He got his one, but unfortunately, his teammate could not do the same. And now, Cloud9 are on the edge of being eliminated from the chance of going to IEM Rio. Axel only on a Mach 10 in this round, and honestly, I'd just love to see either Boomich or Inter swap that AK over to him. And that maybe can be down to a roll or whatever, and where they're going to entry, which looks like it's going to be B, or actually straight in immediately. I'm going to ignore my point for now, because Boomich is entried and Body removed by Heavy God. Cloud9 continuing to pummel the B bomb site, thinking that is their best chance at success. But Mattis, no way. No way! Oh, it's only a dink on the first, but he does recover for 2. It might give Afro and Crims maybe an idea to go for it, but I think with round 24 up next, they want all this utility and the AWP secure for once again getting us to a final round of regulation.
Yeah, it's never over with these two teams battling neck and neck to stay alive, man. It does feel two stalwarts of Counter-Strike. You remember back in the days, Cloud9 Fnatic, there was a little bit of a rivalry there for a while. I'm talking 2015 Summer of Love, as we call it, right, with the Cloud9 NA come up. Either way, these guys are big old names, and to see them go down in the Rio Close qualifier after only 3 games, right? Maybe in the lower final, you got Heroic in here, you got 3D Max who are looking great. Falcons has got, of course, a run of legends. But after only 1 victory, essentially, it is going to be really quite difficult to see one of these teams go out. Fnatic knocked down early on by 3D Max in a really close matchup, beating out OG. And then Cloud9, they beat Heroic, but all flat against Eternal Fire. This one, their hardest fought battle yet, it feels like. All of the marbles, and this round potentially could decide the entire thing.
Yep. Here it is, here and now. Cloud9 playing it very patient. They've put in the fast plays toward B, they've put in the fast plays toward A. That has kind of worked for them more than other ideas in this entire half. But Fnatic have got a couple of players toward this A bomb site in a very good position right now. Exile dropping his utility for a teammate to sort out the lineups. Not going to be putting in that deep donut smoke this time. It's not a straight up fast rush play that smoke is very commonly used for. It's going to be Crims with the Incendiary. He sees everything firing in, and he might know that everything is about to come his way. Cloud9 are going straight through this, and Crims actually is going to choose to stay alive because there's so much contact that's been taken elsewhere that he can only find one. Axel burns out Blamef in the meantime as well. Afro is forced to jump through that smoke, and he won't be allowed to do anything with it. Mattis is pushing forward, but needs two somehow, and he's only going to get damage. It's body 1v4, and he'll get removed by Boomich. This time, Cloud9 find a way to stay alive.
Damn. Damn. Okay. The Counter-Strike continues. I think this game and series is really deserving of an overtime, to be fair, Travis.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely wonderful. And a great showing from both teams thus far. Cloud9 on their extra level. Keeping a few of those traps and moves for a rainy day. Let's see. Get it done. Money's not quite there. Oh, if I take this fight, you know, it really is going to cost us. Whereas now you've got room to breathe. So often you see teams really step up their game moving into an overtime. In fact, and indeed play a bit more confidently. Matthews goes rolling in there. Boomich will get the trade, though.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Heavy God was about to deal with the kill on mid, but Flash comes through, gets blinded up, and gets caught by Mattis coming in from that Jaguar position, and a nice position as well. Toward that A site for Crims. He finds his one, Body finds Boomich, and Cloud9, all the effort that it took to bring us back to extra rounds. And down in a 2v4 again.
Axile and IC. Axile with 20 kills. Not quite the Matters, 26, which in regulation these days is a lot. But it's still pretty good. Can he turn it into a few more here? Short range smoke goes down. No need to jump the gun early. Nice and disciplined here. Flash comes in, allows them the cross and the plant. But Axile going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting with this one. And he will roll. Oh, he could have kept on going. They really did not respect the push through. Oh, God, that's a little messy. Crims runs out of ammo, I think. But they've got the numbers. They've got the manpower to keep these trades happening. It's all going to be onto Icy, the new blood. The young player. Kazakhstani trying to be the hero here. Tap onto the bomb. Get him to spam it all down again. Playing quite safe. Maybe he runs through. Either way, he's going to have to reload. Then they get on the bomb for real, and Crims will follow his traces finally. A little bit of effort towards the end, but they get it.
Yeah, a little bit spooky. Body, of course, was, planning to get flashed in toward that angle. That's why he kind of ran in back turn, but wasn't expecting Icy to already be there. They try to play off of each other there, do Cloud9 in that difficult situation. Try and play aggressive. You have to when you're that far down numbers-wise. In the end, Fnatic do find a way, and thankfully for Crims, he's managed to recover a couple of really important, impactful frags toward the end of this game. Doesn't matter if you've had a rough game, if you're like 5-12, I think he was at some point. As long as you get the important kills later on that secure these important rounds, it's alright. You've made your impact. Pretty hard for Icy in that clutch. He's a very good clutch player. What I've seen from him in the Amcal days and even in Cloud9, but when you're smoked off like that, you kind of have to just try and find a cheeky kill back through that smoke, and then he could maybe play a different strategy in the 1v1. But Tracer spotted, Crims domes him, and Fnatic back in the lead, only just at 13 to 12. Cloud9 back toward B early. One still in spawn, no decision made, no fast round this time. Wait to see if he can find a pick, but Mattis straight through Donut again. And Body trying to recover off the back of it. Smoke just keeping Boomich alive for now, but Heavy God stuck in the cubby on B lane. How can he get out? Because Crims is about to look for him and takes him down.
Oh, Blame F in for another, looking good. As I said, man, the overtime refresh, the overtime reset can be really big for a lot of teams, and Fnatic have woken back up. Looks to be a second one in for them here, and of course, as it says at the top of your screen, first to 16, so they will edge ever closer. If they can get that flawless CT half, one would say it should be a done deal.
Blame still here, actually still playing quite a forward angle. But now we'll fall back a little bit further and play off a teammate's contact, of course, because Crims is there too, Body's there too. There we go. This should be all fine and dandy. Blame gets himself 2 more, making it 3 in total. And look at the scoreboard right now, actually, on Fnatic. It is a little bit wild. Something I haven't really brought up overall yet. Mattis and Blame F, 52 kills between them. Crims, Afro, 22, plus 9 on Body, 33. That is quite a wild scoreboard for Fnatic in this map.
Yeah, it is kind of wild, to be fair. But is it going to be enough to get them over the line, I suppose, is the question. Afro chimes in. He's trying to get himself up there, I suppose, before the end of the game. Maybe, you know, if Fnatic did have a bit more of the heavy lifting from a Body or an Afro, it really could be game over. It does make a difference deep into these games, for sure. But, you know, it's all about the impact, right? This is where you are. This is where you got to deliver. It's round-on-round action. Prim's also a bit of a low fragger. Good for 1. Trades out the information. So we'll see here. A bomb site, vulnerable, but not taken quite yet.
They've got some utility here, Cloud9. They've got enough to try and take the site. And Inter has hopped his way in toward Temple, but Afro seems to know this. He's trying to clear out the close angle, but now he's spooked away from it. And Inter's surprised he didn't try and pounce while Afro was re-bolting the AWP. Again, some of Inter's over-defensiveness is coming back to bite him there. And Icy, he'll find Afro in the end, but it's all Heavy God on 21 HP. Fnatic looking for a clean sweep of CT overtime, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Blame F finishes it off, and once again, Cloud9 are going to have to come back the hard way.
Okay, this is not going to be easy for the Russian-speaking team, man. Really, really scary. And they have dropped off that cliff. I did say, man, I did say the energy can turn around, and unfortunately Cloud9 may well have used all their secret strats, their pocket strats, to get to the overtime. There's just not as much left in for them. I would have loved to have seen that A take again, something along those lines. You know, it was really, really good. So clean to get them out on the fight, but unfortunately, we've swapped over now. Matty's going to take a lot of early damage, but he's lovely and confident. What is happening here? Ears for Inters not working out, man. Too much noise, too much homage, maybe. It's tough. Oh, nearly in for a second there. It will be the trade out. It will be the trade out. Somehow we've ended up in a 3-on-3, but Afro holding on the edge of the smoke. He's dug in, picks off IC, and that feels... It's that final nail. Oh, Boomich. Bit of a mare. Will get the kill, but he's taking a leg in the process, right? And they're just going to probably ditch, get the bomb, go A. He's trying to track it. He could very well do so here. But then bails. You know, why would Body just be straight sprinting away?
Ah, my friend, that was a mess. And it saddens me to say it, but that's sometimes what these Cloud9 rounds and this team can look like sometimes. It's just awkward. Just awkward. Inter somehow not hearing the shelf player. Axile caught off in mid, full blind. Trades being attempted to come back through. Heavy God caught pushing the smoke while all the commotion is going down elsewhere. And Boomich is about to be blindsided by Blame F. 27 kills for Blame F and 28 for Mattis. It's the two men on Fnatic who are so often the focal point of this team, and they're going to eliminate Cloud9 from a chance of a trip to Brazil.
Yes, absolutely, man. That is a real damn shame, I think, for Cloud9. Again, it looks to be a team that has a lot of potential, that has some really great legends in their own right. But there is something still a bit awry. You know, they struggled yesterday massively against Eternal Fire. Fnatic still got to figure themselves out as well. But Cloud9, it feels like it should have been able to take one at the very least. You know, you've got your maps, you've got your remit where it is that sort of puggier style out of the Dust 2 and out of the Ancient. And unfortunately, they just could not get that sixth gear. You know, they were close. I don't want to knock them down. They were close. There were some unlucky rounds in there, for sure. But you have to create your own luck, and you have to be able to bring it. And they took it to the overtime, and then they just completely lost the energy, which is actually quite rare. You know, yes, there is, as I say, that flip for the team like Fnatic that have let it come to the overtime. But usually you will see the squad that has put the effort in, have a little bit prepared for overtime, be ready for the overtime mentally. That's what they're digging for. But Cloud9 really did fall off. There was maybe only like one close overtime round, it felt like, coming out from them trap.
Yeah, and it felt like the speedy rounds were the only things that were really truly working as well, right? There are a little bit, a few obviously that didn't, but you know, Fast A was working. Obviously, we had the classic long lineup, run up, deep donut smoke that helped them out for one of those Fast A plays. Two Fast B plays as well that worked pretty well. Playbook didn't seem that extensive though, sadly, and obviously that final round of overtime just like compounded the madness, compounded by Boomich jump, scroll wheel jumping in the middle of a fight, right? That kind of told the tale of the whole series almost for Cloud9. So near, but yet so far. There have been some good results for them, but they're clearly not there yet, and they're going to have to improve a lot, of course, in the following tournaments. They're still in Thunder Pick, I believe, in the qualifier for that event. And, of course, they'll be in the RMR, managing to make it through 3-0, which is very solid for them, but a lot to work on for them for sure. As for Fnatic, impressed, I think. They managed to deal with some of those mad rounds pretty well. We covered individually on some of their players as well toward the end of that map. And that means they will stay alive in the fight for Rio. Heroic did beat 3D Max, and they beat them very comfortably, actually. 13-11, 13-3 Heroic in the end. Damn. So it'll be Fnatic versus Heroic in that lower bracket final later on this evening. The B stream with the lovely Yumi and Alan will be taking you through that one. But we're going to be back for the main upper final to qualify a team to Rio between Falcons and Eternal Fire. We'll see you in about an hour and a half-ish, just a bit over. It'll be a long break because that game finished in 2, of course, for that one. So should be fun. See you in a bit.
I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some game. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some game. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give in to my own mind, standing here with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopfwag, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. to my face. Tell me now why you want away. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound. And I will rise
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in an extended break there, of course, in between games, just to give our teams time to get prepared for what is on the A stream here, the upper bracket final, Trav. Very much looking forward to this. It's going to be the first team locked into Rio here from the closed qualifier. We've got Eternal Fire up against the Falcons. Really should be a banger of a matchup, man. Eternal Fire storming through this qualifier thus far. They are really, really looking good. Some fantastic results out from them. 2-2-0s continuing to play. They've got so much going on at the moment with Bet Boom Dacha as well. Meanwhile, on the Falcon side of things, maybe a harder fight for them, you might argue, but still looking pretty good here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a matchup between two teams that, it looks even for many reasons. As you mentioned, both of them playing from Betboom Dacha in Serbia and their LAN prac rooms, both on decent form after trying to recover consistency. And funnily enough, both of them actually losing the best of one seeding match for the playoffs as well for Dacha in Serbia. So that is a blip to their recent win streaks. But actually, to be fair, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. They were both already qualified anyway. It's just a best of one. So I'll kind of ignore those, I guess, in my sort of thoughts about both these two teams, because I think right now, Falcons especially, they've turned a corner. They look genuinely workable with their results in Blast and Dacha, and you kind of like have to wonder in a way where it came from. I think a lot of internal conversation. We know, of course, a lot of that goes on. Some of it even broadcasted, and yeah, I think it's really impressive how much they've changed and what they've changed. Because of a certain man by the name of Nikola Kovac being in the news as well. Has that changed their form? Has that made them go up a level to keep their spot in the team, perhaps? Who knows? Possibly. Either way, they've started to make a habit of winning, and their confidence looks a lot better.
Yeah, definitely, man. And I mean, Munisi's even been in the conversation a little bit, apparently. So it's tough with these leakers. I'm sure Falcons are an easy target because, they've got the money. They can go for these players. They may well be offering it in. KRL's maybe hit the line a few times, you might argue, but it's tough to say. We'll see. I'm not banking on anything until it's fully locked in. But with what we have here on our screens and indeed what is to come on the server, this is the Veto. Vertigo picked up by Eternal Fire. Makes a lot of sense. Kind of their sneaky pick at the moment, as we've been saying. Not too many maps played on it, but they played it yesterday to good success. They played it at the Cologne play-in is the big thing that we're sort of leaning on here. Then we have the Anubis out from the Falcons. Again, makes a lot of sense in terms of where the bans go for this one. I don't think either team is super unhappy with the permabans, so they both get a really, really nice pick to work with. And then we got that Dust 2 decider.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 as a decider actually sets up this series quite well. I mean, I think there have been some really good results for both these two teams lately. Of course, both of them actually, considering they are in Serbia right now, playing in the Vetboom event, they've done interviews with HLTV. Woxic mentioned that the mood in the team speak needs to start to become the same as the beginning of the year when they were doing so well, and they had their amazing run at the major, of course, to try and maintain that level and raise that level once again. And they've redone their playbook quite a lot as well to make nades land on different timings, etc., just to keep themselves hard to guess, I suppose, at this level of Counter-Strike. And it seems to be working pretty well. And it's a matchup that, as we say, we saw in the Cologne play-in, but I think this is a different Falcons that we're going to see today than we saw in the Cologne play-in. As I said, it's not about where Falcons come from or what they know what to do. It's not about knowing, it's about doing, and Sunpius has been doing great work and improved his individual level a little bit in recent times as well to go along with the legendary rifling core of this Falcons team. So I think Falcons today, I think Eternal Fire won the last 3 best of 3s between these two teams, if I'm not mistaken. I think Falcons might be able to break that streak today.
Yeah, it does feel like it is the right time. You mentioned Sunpius as well. I look to my guy Madden, another one of the sort of pros that I've talked to a fair bit, and he really does have a good head on his shoulders. And maybe within this team, Snappy's obviously brought him along for a reason, right? Where maybe you might look to different players within the scene that it feels like, okay, let's just get a role player, let's just get sort of bums on seats kind of thing type player, where Madden is that, as we talked about in the previous series, a soldier or a Crims type fragger, but it does seem like he's been picking up his form a little bit more recently, I have to say. So maybe indeed they, again, are looking to him to improve, to bring these kinds of numbers. And it does look like he has been answering that call in recent memory. So it's really kind of an interesting one. The ratings of these players, the look of the stats is actually not all that bad, right? But then they're having to really crawl, they're having to really climb through some of the lower games. And then as soon as it gets to that higher level, to those harder teams, they really do start to struggle. And there's a few games in here once in a while. You know, they beat VP recently, that's pretty good. But like the 9Z, you've got to be getting past teams like that, you know, if you want to be making deeper runs in tournaments and whatnot. So yeah, it's really a strange kind of team, Falcons, obviously with Boros. But right at the start of the year, they came out all guns blazing, man. There was a little bit of the time that we gave them where it's like, okay, they're figuring themselves out. They got this player, now they got this guy coming in. It was all a little bit disjointed for a few months, but once they got separated, once they got clean at the start of the year, we were like, okay, here we go, top 4.
Yeah.
At Kato, maybe this team is really going to take off. And then they dropped off. I think the vibes got ruined, unfortunately, by a particular YouTube video, and maybe they've been really recovering from that. So I would love to talk to some of these players. I think it'd be a very, very interesting sort of thought, investigation, as it were. We are into the action, though, of course. Started a bit slower here at the bottom end of ramp, but Eternal Fire stacked up and ready to go.
Yes, sir. The best of 3 to qualify one of these two teams to the IEM Rio event, of course. And the loser of it goes toward that consolidation final, of course, for a second opportunity. So both these two teams have 2 best of 3 to try and get their slot. Snappy and actually let Eternal Fire work their way up ramp. I think he's aware it could be a possibility, but could get caught by Xantares. And of course, there's plenty of utility in position as well here for Eternal Fire for this site take. Little right-click smoke over the top of Yellow Wall to block off Elevator. But he did well to remove Xantares from the play. And in the meantime, while Wicadia tries to push his way forward, Snappy's found 2 kills in return. His fellow IGL, Maja, will take him down there, and Dupree's very fast on this flank. Should get the kill, but doesn't. That gives Wicadia a slight opportunity, but he's got to find a way to pick up the bomb first.
Yeah, they have to work a way back in. It's a little awkward for him. He knows it's guarded from one side here. Out of the sandbags. Risky fights, but Madden just doing his best to try and stay alive. Okay, both located. Now have to isolate the 1v1s. Don't allow them to close the gap on him. It's going to happen, though. Magisk will eventually overwhelm. Takes a bit of time, but he will indeed go down. I think, for me, plenty of opportunities there for Wicadia to maybe battle back in. Not going to happen for him. So it is Falcons taking that pistol. Eternal Fire don't even get the bomb down. However, we have seen them an awful lot here. Just grab these ecos and play the safe game, in fact, when it comes to the econ.
Yeah, absolutely. Wicadia had his opportunity, as you say, not just to get one more kill, but also perhaps to isolate one of the two, get up a little bit closer, make the shots a little bit easier, and then have the 1v1 to play out. So, couldn't take the opportunity, sadly. Dupree won't want to watch back that whiff of his. Thankfully for Falcons, it doesn't cost them the round. This is a comfortable one. So I'll just quickly run you guys through some of the recent results, of course, from both these two teams on Vertigo. We know that Eternal Fire historically absolutely love this map. It was Xantares and Wicadia's playground when they were at their absolute peak. But obviously that map itself has changed a little bit recently. The way you take A has changed a little bit, especially. It is kind of their main portion of the playground. So, yeah, things do change, and obviously they played it a little bit less than Falcons have recently. They found a way to beat Cloud9 on it, of course, yesterday. Have beaten Falcons on it, of course, in that Cologne play-in, which is a good sort of litmus test and a baseline to look at how much Falcons can improve since that. And they've played a lot of it since. They've played a lot of it in August, especially. I believe they've played 7 times on Vertigo in August, and they've won, I think, 6 of them. So... or 5 of them, sorry. So, yeah, it's a good map for Falcons. It's becoming a good map again for them. So, this is why this particular matchup is so interesting, considering Falcons' recent return to form.
Again, this is another game that you've got to get past, man. But it really does feel like we have a meeting of 2 fantastic squads here with great potential, and they've shown their ceilings. Absolutely both of them deserving of qualifying. You know, you might say, okay, Heroic at the moment, poor run of form. OG, still a team that is lacking some of that firepower, lacking some of those pieces. Maybe arguments for Cloud9 as well. But Eternal Fire and Falcons, it feels like the right time for them to qualify through. It feels like a good time, particularly for Eternal Fire, I would argue, for them to place well at Rio. So it all begins here with Vertigo. Slow creep up the ramp. It all begins here on ramp, as it does with so many rounds. Not showing at the moment. It will slow down for just a second. They move into the meat grinder. Snappy pushes forwards. Madden only goes 1 for 1 as well. There's still some Pius in the sight he needs dealing with. Calyx got to be careful. Yeah, knows what's up. Doesn't want to give his position away as the bomb goes down. Here's a footstep, maybe. Some Pius loses his life. Waxic not finished. Sets up another here. Dupree in the 1v1 all of a sudden, though. Is he going to find it? No, he won't. Calyx creeping round. Clutches up as the smoke dissipates.
All Calyx and all Waxic. I have absolutely no clue how they found a way to win that one. Some Pius is in a good position toward that little cubby behind the box from the opposite side of Gap, and he shoots one bullet with the M4A4 and jiggles around for seemingly no reason. I'm not sure why he needed to reveal his position like that, and why necessarily he needed to swing. I felt like he could have possibly waited for the bomb planters to come off of it while it was in the smoke like that, and Dupree considers the fact that Calyx could still be toward Gap, but he smartly takes map control while Dupree is in the sort of the middle of dealing with his teammate. And, yeah, it comes through from Elevator. Dupree was aware of that possibility, but it doesn't work out for Falcons somehow. That does, though. Great boost in the following round to get Madden's M4 in position. It removes Antares from the game, and Snappy once again finds the kill on that MP9 to deal with Maja. Slow start for Xantares on Vertigo. Certainly unlike him, and Snappy just being a menace right now.
Bit of a monster, isn't he, to be fair? I think it's the kind of game where he likes to thrive. Back in the day, I'm talking like heroic, you know. He really was quite an aggressive player.
Yeah.
And maybe toned it down a little as his ability and, of course, the game as well really did not like that kind of play style anymore. But having a bit of fun with it on Vertigo, and Eternal Fire are a team as well that I think like to dictate the pace. So if you're the ones messing around with them, then you can set yourself up for a pretty good round. 4v2 now, location spotted. Ooh, nice from Arcadia. And that's what happens, you know, you walk straight into the bullet. Snappy may well be humbled a lot faster than he was expected. Got to finish this round off, though, fellas. Arcadia falls. Calyx next to join him. Some Pius on the 5-7. At a decent range there to give Falcons through.
Yeah, a bit of revenge after Waxic, hit that jiggle headshot in the previous round to somehow recover it for Eternal Fire. Some Pius does the same in the following with the 5-7. Really nice from Falcons, not letting Eternal Fire get close when they absolutely could have after that unlikely gun round victory. Puts them back down to pistols once again. And the return to form, of course, we're talking quite a lot about the form of players on this Falcons team. It's not all down to individual level. Sometimes it can also be down to ideas and confidence, full stop, and finding a way to make winning a habit, which is something that they've been really struggling to do until the last week or so. So, yeah, it's been a great rebuttal from them recently. And Madden's looking better individually. Some Pius in particular is playing very, very well. You had a few off periods, I think it's fair to say. And they've found some of these answers and the mood in the camp. Every BO3 they win, the mood gets a little % better, and that can snowball in a good way.
It is true. It is very true. Here we are, though, back around with a big one for Eternal Fire. Got to start laying down some presents, man. If the Falcons can make Vertigo work, I would be somewhat surprised. You know, it is one that's sort of in their repertoire at the moment. Magic's going to open up. Uh-oh. This is not looking too good. Madden does go down quite quickly to Arcadia. Oh, good creep. The center timing on this guy, I noticed it yesterday as well. You know what I mean? So many of the moves. He just knows what's up, man. They got a kill towards B. sort of stairs, main, however you want to call it. And he's like, okay, if there's a guy coming here, I know he's going to be around at this time. And now he's just crept in behind through the smoke. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous from Wicadia. That's got to give him the round. Fights off a bit more. And will be punished, but surely Eternal Fire cleanup.
That's a kill through the smoke comes through, or maybe some utility gets put into practice to force one open. It's not going to be easy for Falcons, and as such, Snappy is not close with his incendiary that could have perhaps delayed a bomb plant. So Snappy and Sunpius will choose to save. AK recovered. Snappy makes sure he grabs it and then sprints back behind the elevator in case someone was looking for an exit kill. Eternal Fire will get their second on the board. Of course, important thing to mention for a lot of you guys who are just joining us, of course, is that both these teams are playing from their practice setup on LAN in Serbia. Both of them currently competing in Betboom Dacha, Belgrade. So, to be fair, you could say it makes the game even fairer in a way. The fact they're both playing in similar circumstances, not from their own rooms, different setups, probably playing from similar setups in Serbia. Makes this best of 3 all the more interesting as the next gun round gets underway. The jump throw incendio to make it as deep as possible toward B, but no one from Eternal Fire needing to go toward that just yet.
Alex, ooh, that felt like it should have been his. Sunpius takes his first frag and doesn't even take a single point of damage, Trav. Kind of wild none of those bullets land, to be honest.
Straight up whiff.
Again, Eternal Fire. Yeah, but proper big
whiff.
man whiff. You know, it's not even like you've shot him in the sort of top of the neck and it doesn't register as a headshot.
Just miss.
Yeah, just straight miss.
Yeah.
Straight silhouette. Straight Pulp Fiction moment. There you go, there's a reference for you. Magisk. Making his own references, because that is a typical play of one of the best actors the game has ever known.
Absolutely, that was clean from Magisk, and Xantares has not had much luck in this opening stage of this game. Best bless him. 0 and 7 gets boosted up as the player who's looking to hit that entry on the default box, and Magisk, well, he hits 2 headshots before Xantares can hit 1. And just more proof that the individual level of this Falcons team right now is ramping up. And Eternal Fire not really finding much success at all. And you're going to need players like Xantares to recover. He, of course, will still be the man to get the dropped AK. He is still called Xantares after all. It's just a pure fact that he's been one of the best riflers Counter-Strike's ever seen since like 2016. Just hasn't got the achievements, of course, after choosing mostly to play with his countrymen. But yeah, he needs to step up once again if Eternal Fire to get a respectable T side here. And Falcons, they've not really made many errors but for that first gun round thus far. It could be 6-1, to be honest.
Oh. Dupree traded instantly. Sunpius maybe going to think twice about swinging in here. Takes it with a flash, takes it with some support. Decent nade. Oh, very decent nade, in fact. Antares on high, trying to find something. Sunpius with the super safe angle. Snappy struggling to protect it. And he's taken out through the side of the box. This is getting dominating, man. The Falcons not slipping up at all.
This might be Xantares' worst start in a map for years, honestly, which is a shame. It's happened in the qualifying game. But as I said, it's just a reminder to people who maybe haven't seen the bracket yet or don't know exactly what we're playing for here. Go to qualify, of course, for the main event of IEM Rio, and there are 2 spots through this EU qualifier, not 1. So the consolidation final is still there for either one of these 2 teams if they are to lose. The winner of this best of 3 does go straight through to Rio. Falcons in general lately have looked particularly good, and in this game, so far, they're looking particularly clean to continue that form. They've kind of suffocated Eternal Fire, it feels like. Haven't really got much progress, but for that one gun round that Eternal Fire clutched from the jaws of defeat, pretty much. And that could be a critical miss smoke. You can see immediately, he's called a teammate over to throw it instead. Madja, the little ramp lurk smoke that helps the player maybe edge their way forward toward the corner of gap, perhaps. Will miss. They'll just decide to force their way up in the end instead. A little bit more pace Eternal Fire could use here to regain some success.
Tough, isn't it, man? The fatigue setting in. The fatigue absolutely setting in. These guys are locked in sort of 24/7 at the moment, playing in Dacia, playing this qualifier. They were in the flow yesterday. Maybe they have peaked. It is tough. Maybe they want that time off, you know, where you are subconsciously, right? You've qualified through to the playoffs of Dacia. You know, you lost that sort of seeding game, as it were. And then you're like, okay, well, let's take our foot off the gas a little. And you have to keep your brain present. Even just that hour or so break or whatever that you might have is like, this is quite nice. I can do with the rest of the day off. But nope, you've got a qualifying game. But then also, there is another one tomorrow. You know, so it's this fight that you have between the body and the mind and trying to stay present. And maybe at the moment, Eternal Fire kind of losing that. Another death for Zantares. And Pius is just given full run. Not a single kill comes round. A beautiful double spray down from Madden as well. Falcons, they want this. They are really, really playing well right now.
I really love Madden committing to that spray down as well. The second shot from Sun Pius was particularly nice, and then Madden just pops up, not expecting re-aggression when they've got such a big advantage, Falcons. And Eternal Fire, as I said, just not expecting that, and Madden, that's beautiful from him. And he and Sun Pius, 22 kills between them, and only 5 deaths. They're gaming right now. And Eternal Fire struggling to get going. Okay, will start this round against Snappy though. That's maybe a start. And AK, of course, now available. Magis needs probably a couple from here. Oh, and he's got 2. I would say 2 is probably enough because he's on damage actually to Madja and Woxic. M4 recovered, but they're both tagged down a little and the rotations will already be in. 3v3, there is a chance here, but it's a glimmer of hope. They only have 1 nade and no other utility.
Wicadia on the creep. Oh, the hedge of the smoke could have worked for him there, but it didn't. He's just missed this opportunity, hasn't he? And Dupree sets himself up in a beautiful spot. He will get checked. Oh, my goodness, and finished pretty cleanly. Some Pius got to be careful. Tag down low. 5-7, not enough for him. It's all going to be on Madden in the clutch. Great game out from this guy thus far. Wonderful spray down in the previous. Ooh, spotted the edge of the player there. Spotted the front of the player there. They're just trying to gather that information. They may well have seen him now. Is he in towards bridge or not? The answer is no. The peak's not coming Madden's way. They'll go for a double swing. And that's it, isn't it? The dink lands. He can't break past this generator. So he's just going to try and deny guns away if he can. They are coming his way. Katie are going for the AWP. He just doesn't want to give it at all. Okay, so it was more of a super safe save rather than trying to grab those exits. Either way, Eternal Fire, half by round there, bread and butter will work.
Yeah, fair play. Actually, the way Eternal Fire bounce off of each other there with Madja and Wicadia at the end of that round, you could tell, obviously, Madja still only had the Tech 9. Wicadia had the AK, and he was still full health. Madja was desperately trying to make sure he was in a position that if Madden managed to tap him down, Wicadia could just instantly swing. And Wicadia was ready for it. He was on the edge of the cubby wall there, to the left of the stairs, of course. And he was ready and raring to go if there was an issue. That's what Madden was trying to do. He was trying to put a few bullets toward Madja, fall back, force the main threat in Wicadia to peak, but in the end, Eternal Fire was just too smart and did not allow Falcons to do any of that at all. So they get 3. There's still a chance for a 5th, of course, in this half, but they've got to break down 2 full gun rounds of Falcons still. Plenty of money available. And if Eternal Fire are to get out of this half with 5, I think they would be they would take your hand off for that. That is unbelievable considering how good Falcons have looked. And Woxic, that's an all-important opening. Good spawn, uses it to the best of his ability, and gets the success toward Magisk.
Very, very nasty indeed. No one at the bottom end of ramp. They have to make this 5-on-4 work, right? They've got to secure a couple rifle rounds before moving across. Woxic on the slow creep. Just ready and waiting here for a fight is Sunpius. Having a good game. Needs a couple here. Or at the very least, a quick one and escape. They're going to try and find a timing. Flash comes in. Oh, the leg. Not good enough. Yeah, Wicadia was there. Lovely little move. Even if Bjork finds the kill, he gets traded instantly, right? And that feels worth for Eternal Fire. So really great play. As it is, Falcons maybe even stay early. Oh, Madden. Maybe not. Maybe Madden's got control here. Finds one. Gets a second. It's messy. He's in that flow through the smoke. Just like water. It's so beautiful. Cuts them down. Major left to do it all, really. Calyx on the other side of the map can't help this situation, so it becomes a completely different round now that he's alone. Clean find. Don't give him this, but my goodness, Falcons, what a recovery.
Incredible. Calyx has a smoke, but there's just no way you can deal with both these players on this angle. Look at them both holding it. Madden gets a quad kill, and my word, has he had impact in this game. He does have these maps sometimes, doesn't he, Madden, where he just absolutely pops off. And really makes a name for himself all over again, and certainly he's doing that tonight. The third through the smoke was just perfectly done. 17-3. God damn. And we're in a real possibility here that Eternal Fire could end an entire half of Counter-Strike without Xantares getting a singular kill. And that has to be a first. I'm convinced of it.
Oh, surely, man. Surely, or at least the first in such a long time. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it's tough, man. It is tough. The man's been shut down. It's one of those... I really do wonder with a player like Xantares if the mental game, the mental blockage has been a really big factor within him not being able to grow, not being able to hit those super high levels. And he's up against Magisk, Dupree, Snappy, all players in the past that have bested him, have shut him down. May well be another case. Beautiful contact play round, though.
There we go.
Has been a few decent reads. You spoke it into existence as Xantares finds his only kill of this here first half. It may well be one of the biggest of the entire Eternal Fire T-side campaign. One goes down, 3 versus 3 on the retake now. Dupree moving fast. Falcons have got to close this gap.
Oh, I quite like that from Dupree. Making sure he swung with the incendiary, but it's not going to work, I don't think. Woxic holds the line, and Woxic, in that powerful position from Sandbags, gets 2 more. 4 is something for Eternal Fire, but they're going to need their stars to wake up a little bit more. We'll see you in a minute.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick
Welcome back, guys and girls, and Eternal Fire, they've got lots of work to do on this CT side, and Falcons looks like they don't want to let off the gas whatsoever. Straight in toward B, this is very speedy. KD on the Julies, we saw him do such great work with it yesterday, but he's so blind, and some players are so far onto the site. Thankfully, Xantares is here, but he needs more, and this is his time to shine. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Xantares has a chance to get a quad kill and finish off this pistol, but Magisk, still 86 HP, trying to play the angle on the corner of the building. Xantares pushing forward with Woxic right next to him. Two OG duo from back in the day of Turkish Counter-Strike, but Xantares has to go for a reload with the duel. He's a full reload. He goes aggressive for it and finally gets it done. We wanted impact from the main man, and he's popped up immediately.
Yes, sir. Really, really key time to do it as well. Getting that pistol, it bags a few more in, and he's done so in a fashion that denies the all-important bomb plant for Falcons, the all-important fallback that T-side pistol is known for. They will still force.
Damn.
Yeah. Damn indeed. Because, like, you know, that's a pretty aggressive decision, and this feels like it should be a pretty conservative team. So there you are. Not getting the AKs early. We'll see what the move is going to be then. They've got plenty of util, to work with. Maybe that's part of the idea. I'm not sure. Looking for a catch-up. Contact flashes in here. Moving fast on the execute. Eternal Fire not dropping anyone just yet, but there is an awful lot of potential. Madden nearly the double for him. Calix has to pull off the reload. They've given up the site. Calix trying to go forward to regain that control while he's on low HP. It is a mess over here right now. There's a flank coming in. They've got to act fast, and they know it. Some Pius has pretty much finished off too. Even with the flank, I think this one's over.
Look how low they all are, though. 27 HP, 24 HP, and 12 HP. But Dupree still somehow found a way to finish off Woxic. But the nade, it works out for Wicadia against Dupree, but there's no kit to pick up for Wicadia. He might just have to commit to a 10-second stick here. And because Pius is 12 HP, he's not even swinging this one. Wicadia is going to full stick with no smoke, a 10-second defuse, and Eternal Fire get away with murder.
Wow. Wow, that is certainly the round of the game so far, I feel, to be honest with you. Absolutely crazy. Falcons with the force that we questioned, then making it work, then things slip up. I figured maybe you would indeed look to back off. You've just had your main man, as it were, dinked up, but the flank not held for it. Gets a bit too chaotic for its own good, and Eternal Fire again. That's what they like, down and dirty, gloves off. Really good stuff. And yeah, 10-second defuse to finish it. Why ever not? But creation here for the side of Falcons is the fact that they get that bomb down. So that's where maybe the logic comes in from the Force Buy, is the fact they get the bomb down, therefore means they can buy up into the next. It's a really aggressive decision. They're trying to make it work. This round not looking too good though, is it? Trav Maj has found the first. He gets off a big nade as well.
I appreciate Falcons still going for these purchases, though. Of course, it makes sense. They know that they've done so much damage to Eternal Fire. It's just a no-brainer to buy again, even if your utility is a little bit light. But they have enough. 3 flashes, a smoke, and a molly is absolutely enough. Even in this 4 versus 5. Dupree boosted up with the Galil on one side. Madden boosted up on the other side. They've already tried their hand toward B. For attempt number 2, and actually Fire once again allowing them to get very deep toward the side, and it's costing them these duels. Madden 2 HP, but in comes the cavalry, all 3 down through window. And Snappy 52 HP will get taken down. Some Pious in the open, hits one more headshot, but not going to get the second. Woxic recovers it, and the fast rotation from Eternal Fire puts them now just 1 round behind.
All right, it's closed pretty quickly, hasn't it? Falcons, not enough loss bonus built up for them to do anything here. So, blokes, what are we doing? What is going on, man? What are these decisions on the economy? Snappy with the hero AK. They are so forcing this, man. Like, they're both literally and figuratively really just trying to root their way in, and I do not know if I am a fan of it.
At least the loss bonus is building up, right, for Falcons. So this purchase, I think they're fine next round anyway. But of course, Snappy will just take the hit. Obviously, it's a little bit surprising that he's the one willing to take the AK for now, but they are swapping. There we go. Madden's got it. The right man's got it now. Madden's got it. 21 and 7, Mr. Madden. Looking to do more work. Eternal Fire, trying to gauge what kind of buy they're up against, of course. They just won't know after what's gone before in this half thus far. And poor old Zantares. I think the range, but it pours. Down to 7 HP on Sandbags. He's just not choosing to face. Why would you? When you've been put down that low, and there's no Molotov to remove him from that position, so he could have 4 players looking the wrong way here. Even though he's 7 HP, Zantares gets a 3-man spray down. But it's still a 1v1, by the way. Snappy's found 3 himself. And he has a 1v1 against his counterpart IGL, Mr. Madja.
He's having a little fake here, boys. He's having a little fake. The old classic. Make loads of noise, running away, and then walk back the other way. It is going to work for the bomb plant. The one thing that Madja's got is the fact that, you know, he's playing in between both sites. It fully resets the game. So as much as Snappy's able to get the A-bomb site and plant, Madja is able to maybe outposition him as well. Oh, no! How has Madja found it? And that's a big one. That is a big one. You can feel it. They've all gone for the cheer as he stops for just a second. Thanks the gods up above, and will take the 8th round for Eternal Fire. Where is this game going, Falcons?
Oh, my word. This is delivering, though. It's delivering how I hoped it would. And Madja gets away with it, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't actually believe that round was a 1v1 after all of that. The fact they double naded Zantares and Sandbags and then never check it is crazy as well. Zantares just decides to hide the whole round and it works out for him to get 3 somehow. Gotta respect that. The nerve just to not face when you're getting pummeled by util. In the end, it's a big part of why that round is saved for Eternal Fire. Snappy gets caught out by his fellow in-game leader. And Madja will start the next round against Magisk as well.
KDF will take the next on to Madden. That's got to be the round over, really. Some Pious falls as if it wasn't bad enough. This is crazy. Eternal Fire have appeared out of nowhere, and Falcons vanished into thin air. And it's not a cool trick. It's a pretty worrying one. It's one of those where you grip the edge of your seat, cringe a little, just in case it is dangerous, you know?
And it's
And they are
funny,
as
right?
yet to reappear, Trav. They're as yet to reappear, mate.
True, true. It's also funny as well, because, I was talking about the HLTV interviews that some Pius and Woxic have done, of course, in the last few days that have been released. And, I think Magisk actually did one as well, and he kind of mentioned that the main thing that they found a way to start winning more comfortably and more often is these mad rounds, these chaotic rounds, these situations where they'd find a way to fall when they're in advantageous positions. And thus far, there have been plenty of those in this second half, and Eternal Fire have won them all.
Mental. Absolutely mental. Timeout from Falcons. Maybe feels a little bit late here, blokes, but they are indeed going to try and return things. And, the beauty of the gap being closed is the fact that 9-8, it's only one round. You might have lost 5 in a row here, but you can still recover it back. Easier said than done, of course. Got to refine themselves. Rediscover, reinvent. With Madden going 21-9, you've got to be winning this game, guys. He just needs a bit of support.
Yeah, to get off the mark, Falcons on T side. I wouldn't say, despite the force buys, I wouldn't actually say they've mismanaged their economy too badly. Even the round where they bought a lot, of course, they could still buy the next round all well. This one, though, is a rough look. They had to go for it. They had no choice. But look at the utility they have to work with straight away in the round. 3 smokes and 1 HE. It's going to be all down to individual duels and timings. And Calyx is ready for the mid boost of Dupree. And where do Falcons even come back from here? Because lack of utility is really going to be that main issue. They managed to boost themselves up toward B stairs in an okay fashion. And I do need to be very ready for this. Madja goes down, and Madden creeps through the corner of that smoke. They're using that utility to the best of their ability, and that strategy actually works to perfection. Every single Eternal Fire player gets caught off guard pretty much, and suddenly it's a 4v2, and Eternal Fire will be saving.
Okay. Falcons then. After the timeout, and this is one of the big things that they're able to bring with that experience, with the amount of voice, the amount of get up and go this team is going to have. They can bring those rounds out. Really well done. And as you say, catching them all off guard, an actual sound strategy as well. Wicadia, not going to get checked. Oh, no, and a double comes in. Great little spot there for him to just eliminate a couple of rifles away.
Handy, to be fair, for Eternal Fire and for Wicadia to find 2 more. Absolutely limits that money for Falcons in the following round to help out in the future as well, not just the present. In the present, it's put Snappy down to a Mac 10. In the future, it might give Falcons a couple of less rifles in a following purchase. 9 each. Falcons have found a way to get off the mark on this T side once and for all. A bit of cheeky smoke pushes, changing up. And that's things that Falcons are more willing to do now. They're more willing to take those gambles and those sort of weird rounds. It can make them look silly sometimes, but when it doesn't make them look silly, then it feels like it's an absolute masterstroke. A bit of tag by Magisk there in the Molotov. So that's information for Eternal Fire that they're all over ramp. How far they're up on ramp as well. Alert smoke to come to the goal for Snappy, but not a spray back through, and Wicadia finds it with the AK. Xantaros' nade somehow deals with some Pius straight up as well. And Woxic, not necessarily needed to pick through that smoke, I don't feel. Thankfully, Xantaros is a double headshot, and it gives Eternal Fire a 3v2. Bomb just goes down in time, and it's all Dupree in a clutch. Through the elevator smoke, straight into Madja. No worries, Madja was very aware of that possibility. And Eternal Fire will hit straight back, my friend.
Indeed, immediate return from them. kind of incredible to see as Falcons, they've hit a pretty solid wall. They take the timeout, they win the round, but the one after that, really not nice. Really not much in it. I'd go for another timeout here, you know, why not? Something needs quelling, something needs sorting. Because Eternal Fire have just taken over, man. You know, we talked about 10-9. It is close, it is doable, it is this, it is that. But unfortunately, you've won one round in the second half out of what is 6 played, about to be 7. And maybe, unfortunately, it will stay as 1-1 round. Trade is there from Snappy, but too many bodies to get through, of course. 3 on 4 now for Eternal Fire.
Madden, though, I'm not sure. I mean, sure, they did somewhat clear out mid. So I understand why Xantares is pushing to maybe get some control even further, thinking that they're all done and dusted in that position. But pushing in a 4v3 is always something you feel like isn't advisable. Any man advantage, to be fair, unless you've got a teammate for support. And Falcons might be able to take advantage of that. Back into a 3 versus 3. Maja in mid. So Alex here as well. And they managed to get a killer piece pretty nicely, to be fair. And it all ends up in a Wakadia Madden 1 versus 1. Wakadia top fragger for his team. Madden top fragger for his. It's the two main men about to do battle.
Oh, Madden goes in. Right next to each other here. Moving in. Not going to be able to find the head. That was close, though. That was close. If he was stood up, I think he goes down. But because he's crouched, just not quite the perfect crosshair placement from Madden. It's rough here. It is rough. We have seen Falcons. Look, I still think some really wild economic decisions in the early stage didn't quite help them. Maybe, as you say, it's sort of this logic they're trying to apply. This isn't their map pick, so they can maybe take a few liberties in that sense. You're testing things live, as it were. But they have also become a little unlucky on a few of these clutch situations. The 50-50s going against them. It's another opener for the Orth, though.
Yeah, so many of those 50-50 situations have gone against them. They've been... How many rounds has it gone down to 1v1? Is it like 3 or 4? I think all of them have gone Eternal Fire's way, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, just sometimes that's what life can be like in Counter-Strike. And look how deep Wakadia is here. Surely you might get caught out. Yes, exactly what I thought. I thought he was about to readjust his crosshair to pre-aim that little Z connector underneath the map. And yeah, that's exactly what he does. I'm not ready for some Pius to pretty much jump scare him. A little bit deep again from Eternal Fire. They're really taking a lot of liberties with this mid-round aggression despite having advantages.
Slow walk up towards B here. They have found marginal success over on that B bomb site, so it does make sense they're trying to end here. Not a lot, though. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Well, sorry, rather, 4 flashes. Gonna get them rolling in. Nobody blinded by them, apart from themselves, it feels like. What pick in for 2? Nearly 3-man Sunfires, though, trying to keep the level alive. Where is this flank coming in? It's on pretty good timing, Maja. So ready. Will they consider it? Will they think of it? It doesn't look likely. Maja's going to go down. All on to Sunpius. His location is known relatively well. Maja does not have to jump the gun. Sunpius looking to take the fight. Maja. Oh, and Maja stays alive again. Another moment. You can see it, can't you, in person? They're nice in there, high-fiving ahead of time. Eternal Fire really showing us what they can do given a chance.
It's incredible, isn't it? Add it to the list of 2v2s and 1v1s in this second half. Falcons have found a way to win only 1 round. All these close rounds. It's crazy that they've all gone Eternal Fire's way. Falcons will be watching back the demo thinking, how on earth have we not managed to get more than 1 on T? Very entertaining, though. Surely not for Falcons, but yeah, a couple of occasions you could see Magic, you know, pause, go for the fist bumps. Of course, both these two teams in person in Serbia right now for another event. And of course, they'll both be competing in tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And they've made their way through the play-in for Dacia Belgrade. So yeah, very Very rough for Falcons, but this was Eternal Fire's map, and with Anubis up next, I feel like that's one that I've seen Falcons do a little bit more good work on lately. In general, Falcons have done good work lately. So, let's see how long this series will go on for. Woxical once again started off, though. He's had so many important impact kills in this game, it has to be said.
Yeah, no, second half, especially this latter stage, especially. Aid is good. Magic's softened up. Ooh, Dupree, there he is, though. Pulling it back. In for the two-piece. Madden to join him. Lovely team up here. And honestly, should just be the save. I mean, the money's not great for Eternal Fire, and the round is just sort of over. Again, they're so tagged up, but this time around, Eternal Fire not going to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, a round that looked like this earlier, it was Brigadia's flank with the MP9 that picked off a few low HP players. But there's a lot of reasons to save here for Eternal Fire, even though they've got kits in play. I think even if they knew the exact HPs of everyone, I think they'd save. Calix can really play a bit more aggressive on the exit to try and limit that money, but he only gets one. And yeah, Eternal Fire, 12-9 becomes 12-10. The money they have, Calix is pretty much double eco, and so is Magia, but obviously he's saved. You kind of have to full eco here and play for round 24. So, over time, there is a world, there is a universe, and it could be this one.
Okay, let's see, man. This is intense stuff towards the tail end. It really does feel like that qualification game. You know, there is so much at stake for these teams. As I say, you know, Rio, it's a fair way off. You've got plenty of time to prep is a big angle, and it always feels like one of those tournaments that fits into the calendar that is just very winnable, you know? So we'll see if they can scale up to that point. And again, it is a perfect time for these two teams with where they're at. They can keep the form rolling, dabble in here, dabble in there. They might find themselves, you know, playing in a challenger event potentially in that month. So there's loads of Counter-Strike for them to get involved in, and I think they can keep this ramp going. So if you can get the quick qualification spot, it's really going to allow you to back yourself. Falcons. Quicker up ramp here. Forward moving utility. A lot of very quick rolling attack coming in. Lightning War being used, of course, by this squad, and it looks pretty damn good as they will just find all these frags. No scariness at all, no shenanigans at all. It all comes down to the one-round shootout.
Here we go. Here we go. And of course, because Magia and Calix were pretty much double eco, that makes this final round 24 purchase a little bit rough around the edges. No AWP for Woxic, double MP9 on the two I mentioned. So, yeah, it's we could have a late little rebuttal here from Falcons to take us through to extra rounds, but we're going to take this round with as much care as any other round they've taken care with in pretty much their entire career. This is a chance to get it back to OT.
All quiet at the moment on Vertigo. All the way up right now. It could come crashing down in an instant. The Falcons, they've worked so hard to get here. To this point, to this potential overtime matchup. The refresh. Does that not feel a little deep? Maybe susceptible to a few boosts here or there, but maybe it's all part of the plan. He just creeps in. He goes, well, there's an opportunity here. I could find a frag. And indeed, turns it into something positive.
Wow. Can't believe he actually uses that to his advantage. Snappy caught walking away. That's a tilter for Snappy, without a doubt. Especially in round 24. And as it's an MP9. Falcons have a lot of progress toward A, though. A lot of progress. And they might catch Eternal Fire in the progress of taking control toward A. It's a 2-for-2 across the map. It retains Eternal Fire's one-man advantage. Sunpire still here. All three now here, of course, because they know what Falcons' plans were. Bomb dropped in the open. You could see Sunpire's looking at it. And as soon as he looks away, that is when Woxic pounces. All Magis. He's peeking into three players. At the last time of asking Eternal Fire, get over the line. Very entertaining map. So many 2v2s. So many 1 versus 1s. Eternal Fire found a way to win a good percentage of them, though. And Falcons will be looking back in it and saying, damn, we could have had that probably.
Big damn indeed. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I say, those early decisions in the second half, I wasn't a massive fan of. There's a bit of logic to it, but you'd figure they'd be a percentage-based team, but no, they decided to play their T-side a lot faster, a lot more gun-based rather than execute-based, and it didn't really work for them. It started to work towards the end, maybe, but I think that's just because they really tightened up, and Eternal Fire a little worried about their position, but eventually getting it over the line. That is the Eternal Fire pick. That's maybe what we lean on here. Anubis coming up next. A good map for both teams respectively, but it really is one that Falcons have been putting forwards as maybe their flagship map at the moment. Either way, we're going to take a break, folks. And when we get back, it is, of course, Anubis. See you there.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of what you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down,
Pure quality from Eternal Fire's CT side of Vertigo, and they recover a pretty big deficit, and certainly Xantara has recovered his form as well, impressively so, to help Eternal Fire to that first map victory. Now we go on to Anubis. It's a map that's been one of Falcons' homes in recent times. They've got 6 maps won in a row on it, but Eternal Fire have also won their last 3. So, Squiv, something's got to give.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We were looking at that map thinking Falcons absolutely should take it. You know, you got Xantares with 1 kill in the first half. You know, that tells you all you need to know, to be honest. Like, Eternal Fire, Turkish Counter-Strike, and you got Xantares getting 1 kill. You'd look at that, you'd hear that, you'd say, it's got to be over then. It's got to be over. If Xantares is not pulling his weight even, who else is there, right? But these days, unless you're, you know, locked in, you'll know about this kid, Wicadia. You'll know about the resurgence of Woxic as well. Really, really great stuff. And some massive clutches coming out from Maja in particular, sort of in the mid-round, in the mid-half, I suppose I should say, really turning things around for Eternal Fire. So, yeah, a fantastic game coming out from them. Really, really cool to see just that second half and the way that they were able to pull back. But now, winding on into Anubis, as you say, should be getting live in just a second here. Seems a small tech issue before we get kicked off. But yeah, really, really looking forward to this now, because Eternal Fire, they also play it to a good standard, to a good level. It's not like it's a really, really bad map for them. They have racked up some recent wins, super one-sided against 9 Pandas, pretty clean against the Mongols as well. And these are both land situations, really. So very, very cool look coming through for Eternal Fire, and I do worry for the Falcons. It's a big loss for them to suffer, and some decisions in there as well for me, Trav, where I talked about the economy a lot early on, but also just the way that they were playing the rounds. I think you spoke of an article that a lot of us have probably read about Magis being like, yeah, we could be one of the best teams in the world. We got to up our firepower, but something that was, and it's like, yeah, sure, of course. Hello. But also within that article, there's a bit in there that says we're trying to play a bit more chaotic. Those are the rounds where we find success, which is anti what you would expect from 2 players out of the most structured, the most clean, and the coach, most clean team that we've ever seen in the game to date, since before. And it's just kind of wild to me that they are playing this super fast style. And it seems like it still needs some work. You know, there were some great rounds in there. There were some very messy ones as well.
They have started to play a lot cleaner Counter-Strike, though. And, you know, gelling together, you know, people say, oh, how long do Falcons, you know, let this sort of thing continue? We'll have to see what happens in 2025, that's for sure. But currently, things are progressing. And they're progressing down Canal on this pistol round very much. And that's a lovely tap from Dupree. Catches the timing on the shot on Woxic, and Xantares down to Magisk 2. And with Calyx falling, this Eternal Fire pistol has been pretty much stopped before it's even started.
No, it is very true, sir. Nice little bit of distraction from Maja, trying to, yeah, just pull in a few kills. Oh, he's not expecting the second man in behind. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's unfortunate. He should have had 2 there. Wicadia, he's going to get the 2, though. So maybe we're on for a bit of something. The bomb needs recovering, and they know that. But the pistol round, man, can go fast. Can go bang, bang, and he drops 2, right? Really scary prospect. Flash goes in. Can't find the heads. You feel like at this point he's had enough opportunities that eventually 3v1, they're going to find the heads, or not even just spam him down, as you see here. So not looking good. Another angle to contend with now. A very drawn-out fight at the canals, just because it is so long and really hard to peek into multiple here. Always winnable, he feels. Ooh, 1 more of those, and maybe we're on. He's so low, but he's brought it into the 1v1, and Sumpius has to give the position up. Not a lot of damage required, but it's only a headshot that Wicadia needs. Oh, he crosses under. Is he going to drop here? He's going to take the risk, but Wicadia makes it past. He's not got a lot of time to get this bomb down. The chase is on from Sumpius, but he does give it up for a second. A nice safe plant. Wicadia gets his USP not quite in time. It just about works for Falcons.
Just about would be right. There will be certainly some nerves there on some Pius that an unlosable situation has suddenly become losable. And to be fair to Acadia, he does absolutely everything right. Sometimes you can be guilty, like a 1v5, just playing a little bit lackadaisically, not really trying as hard as you would maybe in a 2v2 or something, thinking, oh, it's a lost cause. But he continues to jiggle Pete Canal over and over again. He eventually gets those strafe one-taps on 2 more. And even though he had no health left, the fact that he managed to path his way back to the bomb, Pius was, you know, he was very concerned, that's for sure. Backing away, dropping down, trying to stop Wicadia from getting that plant. In the end, the fact that Wicadia does get 4 kills and that plant means that I have an AK, 2 of them make that, and a Galil in the following round. And even though Madden does so much damage, they're just completely overrun the site.
Nasty, nasty. Snappy on the edge of the smoke here. Does manage to drop one, but he's traded quick. And they needed him to stay alive, particularly with these low HP bars, right? He could have mowed through a couple more. It's unfortunately a universe that we're not going to get to see at all. Magic's and some Pius just saving here.
It's crazy how things change in Counter-Strike and how, you know, micro decisions, fractions either way, can change how a game pans out. This CT side might be very difficult now for Falcons. If they don't win the Force by War, and it could all come down purely to the fact that Wicadia gets 4 kills on a bomb plant in a literally lost cause position in the pistol. It makes up their mind to go for the buy, all the money made, and they just go for a pure contact play through the main smoke. And it works immediately, despite the damage done. And now Falcons respond with 4 MP9s and the M4. Eternal Fire will know what's in front of them. They'll know 4 spies won't be stopping until one of these 2 wins 2 rounds in a row.
Madger. Ooh, a little dangerous. I think he saw that player on the minimap as the smoke was starting to dissipate. So somewhat panicked smoke. Really, really important round here. Spot coming in. Dupree at range on the MP9. Fair play. The smoke, nade doesn't quite make it. Round the corner. Thought he'd try and go for it. Didn't want to give himself away in the same vein. Man advantage really important here for the Falcons. There's still a minute remaining. Snappy, though, has got himself in behind, but then there's one behind him, sort of. It's all a sense of timing. They're watching for him. God, this is a mess. Calix gets the kill. Brings it back to evens. Down goes Dupree. Down goes Madden. And all of a sudden, a round has opened up. Eternal Fire's patience pays off. Magic's nothing he can do.
Wicadia is just so good, man. He's just so good. His first bullet accuracy is sometimes just completely unmatched. Magic's actually... There's a world in which he goes for this. I wouldn't be surprised if he does, because it's the Force by Wars, of course. He's got a kit. And Woxic is a long, long way away. Wicadia, I mean, he's ready in case things go down. Let's just see. Magisk wandering up. Wicadia will give it a look one more time. Is Magisk waiting for sound? He absolutely is. He's going to get the kill. Can he just get the defuse right now? He could have. But he's going to go straight in for the kills, I think. Okay. Maybe he didn't know how far away Woxic was. Because I reckon if he just holds the bomb there, Woxic might only just get there in time. I don't know. Would be close.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really dangerous kind of finish. Falcon's going to have to stomach it, unfortunately, though. The Eternal Fire Force buy has paid dividends. They will make their way up to 3. And then we'll see Falcons buy back round trap. So, a lot of pressure, really. It is that T-sided map, and that old argument that a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of pundits will lean on. A question here, of course, of where it goes and whether Falcons can put together a CT side.
It's evolving now, that's for sure. I definitely don't think it's as T-sided as it once was. Counter-Strike in general is very T-sided right now.
It's true.
But this map is evolving for sure. CT sides are starting to find more answers, find more strategies, the amount of utility you can put in toward Canal, go aggressive through a main, through Canal, and team up for a pinch. See that quite often as a change up for the CT side now. But yeah, we'll have to see. And of course, Anubis is being played a hell of a lot, as of course with the map pool being kind of as it is right now. I think some teams that maybe won't want to play, Vertigo since the changes. These two obviously do, but lots of teams don't. Also interesting that in this veto and for Eternal Fire in recent times as well, they actually do perma-ban Ancient, which is not necessarily a map that many teams at the top level do. Maybe we'll deal with the last, up to 9-2, and losing the Force by Ward will certainly hurt Falcons, as I mentioned before it even happened. Madden gets to get off the mark after such an incredible map 1. All in vain, sadly, for him. It's time to see if the Falcons buy and get them back even quickly, or if it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, the $1 million question early on, to be honest with you, if Eternal Fire can dictate this game, dictate this map, then it does feel like qualification hopes for Team Falcons will begin slipping and slipping. Of course, as we've mentioned, there is that consolidation final going on. And that will allow a second opportunity. That'll be tomorrow evening. So it's not doom and gloom, and both of these teams in form and are indeed warm, but that's because they're playing at a LAN at the moment. So it's a big old ask, isn't it, to keep it up for game on game on game on game. And it felt like Eternal Fire were the fatigued ones, and then out of nowhere, they get the second win. Yeah, no, it's so wild how it goes in these types of games when you are fatigued, but then all of a sudden, you remember you're a professional Counter-Strike player. You remember your Zuntares. Clean find. All the trade back there from Madden, but he will be forced off for now. I like the idea. Snappy, unfortunately, does get mollied out. Felt like Madden, was conceding to bait them in and allow Snappy to do something, that they are playing for all different avenues of the setup. Really well played from Eternal Fire to just cover all their bases.
Yeah, a couple of misnades there. I mean, the flash from Maja was in the end just a safe flash, just to peek into Canal, and he had a second anyway. So it's not the cleanest, but in the end, Eternal Fire, they make it look that way in the aftermath of it with 4 alive. And yeah, once Snappy was stuck in that corner, they've figured out Snappy was stuck in that corner. There was no way they were going to let him get out. Fire, good pathing on this map once again. We've seen them play Anubis a lot, of course, in some of the biggest tournaments in the world. And they are, in general, one of the most enjoyable teams to watch in my eyes. Eternal Fire, with the firepower they have. Even they had fallen off slightly, always seem to bring up banger games. The play-in match in Cologne comes to mind against the Mongols, which was, of course, that match I'm referring to. One of their previous Anubises, or Anubi, whatever the plural is.
It probably would be a new buy, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Because if,
Doesn't
Anubis,
sit right with
the
me.
thing is as well, it does this play. Anubis is like a god, or a person, someone, however you want to put it, a being. So, is that right? I'm not losing my mind. Anubis, like an Egyptian god, right?
I mean, this map is like got lots of stuff about, Ra, the sun god, I believe.
Yeah.
Around it. So.
I'm sure Anubis is one also. Either way, when you say Anubises, I'm thinking, therefore, that, would be really confusing because, it'd be like Anubis as item, Anubis's dog. Well, it would be cat.
Anubis was an
Egyptian
ancient
culture.
Egyptian god of the dead. There we go.
Bosh! There
Well
you go,
done,
mate.
mate.
Primary school level history. Still in there, mate. Still in there. So, yeah, I think it's a new buy, therefore. That's
Fair
my
enough.
argument.
I can respect it.
Okay. 40 seconds left on the clock. It has been a slow-moving round. We've had a tag from North. That's about it. Burst through the smoke, guys. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Team damage coming in there. Magic will hold the lurking presence, but this still does not look bad. If Magic goes down here, which he will, he's not considering the side swipe at all. That's an AK to Madden. He's got armor. Madden's got to find this kill. He doesn't. It's a 1v1. Or Viohor. Some Pious, not quite fast enough. Didn't quite lock it in. Woxic rolls around and baits him in. Knows he may well have been seen. So, very well played in the 1v1. It's unfortunate for Team Falcons. However, you finish that round and you say, good damage, good damage. It wasn't eco, good damage. Here we go. A bit of confidence for the next.
That was... Woxic just got some Pious there, hook, line, and sinker. That was... he completely baited him in that he was running away. I don't think he would have actually had time to run away and plant on the opposite side of the map. So I'm not sure some Pious maybe should have leapt his way in for that one, to be honest. But, yeah, Woxic played him like a fiddle in that one. At least Falcons did damage, as you say. It's something to think about for them. Slight positive, but again, it's maybe one of those rounds that's got away. And obviously, Wicadia and Woxic especially have built up quite a bank, so it's not going to be much of a consolation, perhaps, to Falcons. Woxic did really well to react to the player jumping in behind him as well in Canal. Before he had to help his teammate. Thankfully, Wicadia got the kill in the meantime. Woxic will actually just take a straight heads-up duel in the second time in a row. And once again, best some Pious. Woxic kind of owning him right now.
Maybe just a little, my guy. Magisk. Creeping. Looking. Gagging for this first kill. Falcons are in Struggle City right now. Centaurus gets another. Oi, Magisk got the angle against the rifle. The AWP's a bit quicker to move off rather than dedicating to the fight. So it is a tag, but tag ain't going to cut it, man. You need these kills if you want to keep this dream alive. Magisk desperately trying. Strong sight anchor, and he will indeed find one, but again, not going to be enough. There is a Madden in the mixture. Confident move there from Wicadia, but it is the problem towards mid is that Dupree is locked down. He just cannot move anywhere, so this one's over.
Yeah, Madden has a path to exit as well, so he'll try that. That is what he'll do. Try to fall down there without making a sound, but misjudges it slightly. And yeah, that's again just a really good pathed round by Eternal Fire. Playing it smartly. When Xantares was preparing to come through camera, I was just thinking about Magisk, like, one of the hardest things in CS to do, to worry about, you know, a main on Anubis and have to worry about camera as well. He had Madden in support, but Magisk tried to do a lot of it himself and gets caught between both angles like I thought he would. Unfortunately, can only get that 1-for-1. Falcons not showing as good a form as we've seen from them on this map recently. Don't forget, they've got 6 in a row, dating back to Challenger Yongshipping, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So they haven't lost on this map since then. Unfortunately for Eternal Fire. Or fortunately, I should say, actually. I'm also on a 3-win streak, so as I said, something's got to give between these two, and right now Eternal Fire putting their foot down on team side. Deep smoke coming in, and Majo and Xantares will just choose to go straight ahead of that. Madden won't be expecting that, I don't think, nor will Dupree. And they know Madden is stuck behind that smoke. I'm going to try and blow it open as well. Woxic finds Snappy in the meantime, and Madden's just making so much noise. He is a dead man walking. Calyx finds it, and it's another 4v2 with Eternal Fire looking to take 7.
Yeah, this is getting dire, I suppose. Maybe not expected in this round is the one thing, but, like, you have the context of the rounds. That's maybe, again, where that sort of professional mentality comes in. That's a bit different from you and I. But Eternal Fire still with 7 rounds to your 1. You look up at that at the start of every round, it's pretty tough. You're going to have to start to give yourself some if you are to build this confidence, if you are to stay alive in the qualification game here. Armor save. Kill. Not bagged. Okay, so they are buying anyway, right? It doesn't really matter too much. Some Pius sort of needs to save, gives him an option for the AWP. But the rest of the team, it doesn't matter an awful lot. He's actually going to get an AWP dropped by Mr. Moneybags. Timeouts come round. What are you saying? 4 or 5 on the CT side, or does it even feel like you need more now?
I don't know. I mean, I think 4 is probably the bare minimum from this position because, you know, a pistol and maybe Eternal Fire go for a force or something. Who knows? That it can, you know, 8-4 can turn into 8-7 very quickly. That's the reality of MR12 these days. That's why we have comebacks, I guess. Maybe slightly more often. Not a huge amount of change. I still think that, you know, compared to MR15, teams that were going to win the map probably would have won the map anyway, you know, quite often. But, yeah, just a second half pistol can turn things very, very quickly these days in the modern era of Counter-Strike 2. Fire pre-molly toward the B side of the map, hoping that no one from Team Falcons will look to fight it, and they'd be right. Dupree has got plenty of utility, and Madden, of course, has a full belt as well, but Eternal Fire are going to go straight ahead of that, and that is just the Eternal Fire way, isn't it? Brute forcing their way into sight before Falcons seem like they're even ready, and that's most likely 8 already.
Looking good here. Snappy gets smoked off. Not much that he can give. I think you got to save this one, fellas. You really got to save it. It's frustrating. They need the round. And again, they are trying to play a bit more confidently, a bit more in the face of their opponents. But this is just not happening, man. Really not happening. And yeah, dropping so many of these rounds. It's super simple stuff from Eternal Fire as well. And it maybe just speaks to a level of advancement from this team.
Confidence in their decisions as well. Like, they know they have the individual ability just to pop themselves into sites like that, and it's worked once already. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Try this something very, very similar just as that main smoke is blooming. That's one of the most frustrating things in CS as well, right? Like, you've got all that utility on Madden and Dupree, and neither of them get a chance to waste a clock or even get a chance to throw any of it down really at all. You think, oh, all that utility could have stopped them. All that utility could have given us more time to think about the round, but Eternal Fire give them no time to think and no time to react. Mercadia is up to 14-6. Woxic is 9-1, and every single one of Magic, Calix, and Zantaros is chipping in at separate occasions. And Woxic once again get an opening onto Snappy.
Just very lucky to be alive there. It felt like those bullets were going to cover his exit. Wicadia is found low on ammo here, I believe. Double nade, Molotov, just scares them off ultimately. So looking really quite good from Eternal Fire again. They could all change in an instant. Madden with the angle. He dishes out the damage. They're doing such a good job on the Eternal Fire side of like gathering info but not giving kills away, you know, like it's never too far around the corner. They might take a few shots, but they're not going down. Really, really smart play in that.
Sometimes answer back. Zantares down. It's obviously, I think it has to be said, don't get me wrong, Zantares had a very, very good recovery in the second half of Vertigo, but for about a half, maybe a half on each map thus far, he's been pretty absent, and Eternal Fire is still performing really, really well to a really good standard. So it's, you know, Turkish Counter-Strike is plainly just not all Zantares and Woxic anymore. Like, it's hugely promising. Arcadia coming through. I'll get back to that point in a second because Clapton's getting his way. Oh, Dupree's not peeking. He's not taking the initiative. 8 seconds. He's trying to buy time for rotations, but none of it's working. Arcadia finds another as Magic tries to force his way forward. Some Pius' rotation is deleted. And everything that could go wrong for Falcons has been seeming to go wrong.
Wild. It's just wild, mate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to get to a point with where we're at of like, okay, you have to feel a little sorry for these guys. so many clutch moments in that first map in particular going against them. This one might be a bit more egregious, where it's like, okay, it feels like there is sort of a deflation in some of the rounds and just not quite executing all that well, let's say. Not literal executes, obviously, but just the approach to the map is off compared to Eternal Fires. But the previous map, it's like, damn, yeah, that's really rough. And then you move into this one, Eternal Fire are just playing a game right now. Woxic 12-1, Wicadia 15-6. Just beasts. Can't be stopped.
Yeah. It's such a good sign, isn't it? I mean, the point I was going to make was about Sangal, right? Like, such a weird sort of composition on Sangal, but their synergy has been unbelievable. They're going through a couple of, like, 2 or 3 cups in Tier 2 this year. Made it through the RMR 3-0. Or made it through the close qualifier, I should say, to get to the RMR 3-0. Jota being their top-rated player from, of course, Eternal Fire's Academy. Xfloud, former Eternal Fire player. It's great to see these guys thriving, to be honest. I'm obviously after following some of these guys' career, especially with Napier and Xfloud from the beginning, you almost feel proud of them. And Eternal Fire are going to feel proud of everything on this Anubis thus far. Nothing. Wait. Oh, Madden thought Xantares saw him. 3 kills back in response immediately, though. Thankfully, Trigger Discipline works out, and we're back into a 2v2 out of nowhere.
Okay, could be a bit of something here for the Falcons. Some Pius is low on B. Give us one, man. Oh, the smoke down. It's not quite perfect. However, he's not fast enough to react. Trying his damnedest here to just keep it going. Madden, though, will use him as a distraction. USB is out. The kill comes in. They couldn't finish him. They played a bit nervous. They played a bit scary, I think, not knowing that Sun Pius was so low, right? Just run into him, force that shot out, and spam him down. But yeah, they hear the AWP shot ring off and just get a bit nervy. That allows Madden in, and it falls apart from there. Still 2 rounds. Gonna need the 3 for sure.
That was frustrating for Eternal Fire. And they get the 2 entries again, basically just down to, again, brute forcing it. Brute forcing the entries and playing it as a group, as a duo. Make it look really solid. And then Madden actually plays a bit of a blinder, to be fair to him. Behind the site, plays a Trigger Discipline, almost getting caught out by the fact that he thought Xantares had seen him, even though that came through. Some Pius got his kill on the other side of the map, and Madden did a very good job. And talking of good jobs, well, Snappy, that is amazing to get 2 with the MP9 from that position. Instant headshots on both those 2 kills to make them a little bit more comfortable. And then Dupree completely destroys Wicadia. So it's a small rebuttal from Falcons at the end of this first half. It's something to work with, but as we discussed a little bit early on, my friend, I think 3 might not be enough. Calyx is in a 1v5 and about to be flanked by Snappy, I would imagine. Calm burst for Snappy. There it is. And it is the 3 for Falcons, but it's a long, long way back. See you after the break.
So here we are, 9-3 at the turn of the half. 2 of those picked up in the final 2 by Team Falcons. Really not a lot to work with. Really not a lot to work with. But Anubis, T-sided game, T-sided. We're about to find out how much, of course. The difficult thing here, Trav, is you've got to win the pistol. And the basic punditry, the basic analysis of pistol rounds is like, they can be a bit random. You know, you can put as much effort in, but if you miss one guy, if the Julies pop off, there's not much that you can do about it. You could have played better, sure, but when you look at it from a percentage standpoint, it's not like there is a set of rules you can follow to find the pistol round as consistently as ever. So we'll see. Fully fledged execute from Falcons, though. This is one of the good ways of bringing it in your favor. There's 4 on this B-bomb site, though.
As we saw what he did with the dualies on the CT pistol on the previous map, he set up. Wikadia's here as well, and I gotta say that the duo of Xantares and Wicadia, when they get those dualies in play, just feels absolutely impenetrable sometimes on these pistol rounds. It's feels like a lost cause for Madden, and it most likely is, I would say. We'll remind you guys, it's not all doom and gloom for Falcons. No, one, they've still had good form recently. And 2, they will drop down to into that consolidation final tomorrow. To still have one more chance at making it to Rio. And of course, reminded that consolidation final, their opponents will be one of Fnatic or Heroic. Fnatic have taken the first map against Heroic, by the way. I'm pretty sure Heroic were 10-2 up in that one. Or 10-3 up, actually, I will correct myself. And Fnatic have found a way to win that 16-14, and map 2 has only just begun. So, very interesting goings-on on the B stream if you want to watch that match, but let's see if Eternal Fire can close this one out first.
Arcadia close to the action, as they will all take a nice silent trip down outside the A-bomb site. Another smoke to refresh, though. No chances being taken by the Eternal Fire side of things. I think they know this one is in the bag. This one is in the bag. And these boys generally don't mess up situations like this. There's always so much on the line. I think that, again, is an interesting sort of investigation into the mental of this team, that maybe they do find it difficult in some of the bigger games because they just put so much pressure on themselves to deliver, so much weight, so much, you know, onus on this team to do well. Big nade, big move here, double down, but the MP9 should be able to, at the very least, hold the line. Magic does have to give it up. Oh, the talk down, not going to stop them completely. These mollies, man. They can be a bit tough sometimes, of course. Not the most obvious sound cue in the world when there's comms going on, when there's 4 sounds around you. It's all good in the end, though. I think they'll be happy with that on the Falcon side. In the round itself, obviously not going to be happy that it's now 11-3, but at the very least damage and a bomb plant. And now it just has to be perfect counter-strike for at least 8 or 9 in a row.
Yeah. I can tell you my good man Matt, otherwise known as Hayes, would absolutely despise the fact that Falcons full bought on that round. Because now they're full buy in the following round, even with the plant, it's mostly Galils.
Yep.
And obviously it's fine. Galils are very good. They're an 1800 rifle that is, you know, borderline overpowered for that such little price. But yeah, it's not really a proper gun round, because look at the utility. It doesn't give them much chance to get a proper gun round before perhaps Eternal Fire even hit 12, right? So that is why a lot of people hate that decision to force buy on the second round of the T side, especially when you're this far behind with no chance to create a bit of a comeback. But I guess Falcons looked at it in such a way, listen, we're a long way behind. We need to make as many rounds competitive as possible. There are always 2 sides to the story and the thought process. Probably why they went for it. But yeah, at least they got the plant, as you mentioned. In the end, Eternal Fire just used the movement of the MP9s to their ability, best of their ability. Works out nicely. And this setup for Eternal Fire on A. Oh, Arcadia is pushing forward. That will not be in a good timing. It's behind the enemy. And Magis will get the entry. Calyx only goes 1 for 1, and they know that Woxic is behind the site, but they still can't remove him. He finds 2. Xantares on the opposite side of the map took Madden. Now Snappy He's left wondering where all his teammates have gone. It's a lovely tap on Woxic, but Xantares was directly above him. And Eternal Fire are cruising to IEM Rio right now.
Yes, indeed. Too steep of a hill. Too difficult of a climb. And the rock has crushed them. Falcons cannot remain stoic in this situation. It seems to indeed have gotten the better of them. Listen, man, you needed the pistol. Let's be real. You needed the pistol. I understand, you know, where your argument is at about, oh, should they have forced, should they have ecoed, right? Buy this, buy that, but
Who cares?
damned if you do, damned if you don't, mate. That's the nice way of putting it, right? There's a certain swear word we could use, I'm sure, that describes the situation pretty well. You all know what I'm thinking. And it is the case for Falcons. First kill comes round from some Pius. A wide berth execute here. Could work for them, but only the Mac 10s. Once these smokes go down, all will be revealed, and you've got a pretty short rifle to work with. The barrel not going to help you out. But if they run into you, that definitely helps. 4v2 before the bomb even gets planted.
Yeah, full Mac 10 buy is going to work here for Falcons. Eternal Fire caught off a little bit by the speed of it. Wicadia tried to find a path back in, as you could see, but there was a Mac 10 right behind that smoke, making it impossible for him to recover. Kevin finds the M4 on the floor, and they're going to try and juggle these weapons to at least get 2 of those. I think they have. Yes, they have. So, well judged. But yeah, it's a long, long way back. We'll have a chance for redemption tomorrow. Let's have a one or heroic to make Rio as well. That's why this result isn't an absolute nightmare. But I think this is a pretty fair representation, perhaps, of you know, how this matchup has been, to be fair. Because Eternal Fire have had the better of the Falcons in previous matchups between the two. I think they've won the last 3 best-of-3s between them. And we thought today, well, if there's ever was a day where Falcons could find the answer, it would be today, because you know, they're both in the same environment, in Serbia, in their prac rooms for the other event, of course. They're both in similar situations after both having lost the seeding game BO1 earlier for that Dacia Belgrade event. So yeah, it's curious, that's for sure. Falcons have looked a bit slower today. Hang on a second, they're walking into the mixer here, Falcons. This could spiral, but Magisk does get away for now.
Oh, Woxic does not get away. B-bomb site open. That is going to be that. Probably just hold what you have. Maybe Maggio will dip in and give it a bit of a look. But yeah, I think you just play it safe. I don't know, though. You're 12-4. Could you go for this? You've got to give respect across. It's sort of like a sportsmanship conduct thing. But again, seeing it creep in a little bit, Trav. Teams getting a bit more aggressive in these types of situations. Yes, you should save here, but you could win if you go for it. Why ever not? Look what Madge's just done. If the rifles were in position, you never know what might happen. But that's not where we're at.
Yeah. I mean, Xantares had a smoke kit, so I was actually on board with your line of thinking there. I was thinking, oh, look, do you remember like some of those retakes that are quite memorable? I think there was a famous one done by Rare Atom. Was it against Navi in Pro League or something, where they chose to retake on Nuke on the A site really, really late, and it just completely caught them off guard. They got a smoke kit onto the bomb with like 8 seconds left, and those late retakes can often be a very good thing to put forth if you're a CT side in a sort of a 3v3 where maybe the T side thinks you're saving. Saving is so common, obviously. But yeah, in this situation, it makes sense for Eternal Fire to save. It means they can get a full purchase. No Woxic AWP, but 5 rifles across the board to try and get this one done and dusted.
Arcadia opens out towards A. An aggressive posture from him will find success. An all over the place kind of start to the round, but it looks good for Eternal Fire. They tried some mid-aggression. They lay down some early nadage to remove the opportunity from Falcons, so it is now a full-on recovery to keep this one alive.
4v5. Still in position here now, but look how many players are here for Eternal Fire, and that nade might be a slam dunk. There we go. Dupree down. Xantares Back to a positive KD once again. Snappy working his way forward, but they're going to need to find a kill from somewhere. Calyx will go down in the end to Madden. And that actually is going to force... Oh my god. If there's anything that sums up the game for Falcons, it might be that. That is a freebie for Snappy that he's let slip. Wakadia has had a wonderful game. And he's just caught Snappy with his pants down. 12-5, 30 seconds. Madden and Sunpius, 2 versus 3. The setup for Eternal Fire is good toward B as well. Madden will finally make the decision. Xantares holding the angle, holding both angles actually, while... Actually, is that a disconnection I'm seeing there? Because there are 2 Xantares... Yes, it is a disconnection. There are 2 Xantareses on the little icons on the left there, and it's one of those bugs where the outline of the player is still on the server. That's why Xantares was looking at it for multiple times and a half. I wondered if there was disconnection, but I just didn't see the gun on the floor. And that is a crazy thing to happen. Thankfully, it wasn't like 12-11 or something. That would have been wild. But it's a rare thing to see that bug with the ghost of the disconnected player still on the server. You saw Falcons shoot at it for a second. But we've seen it today in a very important game. Valve, please fix!
Insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah. I mean, it can be a bit of a wild bug. I don't know if it is with the outline. They'd lost a player there anyway, I guess. There's like a world in which, you know, he's out of the way. Xantares finds like the spray down or something because he can see a bit better. I don't know.
That's
but
why he positioned himself there. Xantares knew what was going on, didn't he? Like, he positioned himself there thinking... Behind.
Exactly. But then I think the bullets, like... register as though there's no one there.
Exactly.
So it's a bit weird, isn't it? It is a bit weird. They probably would have shot at the body and still hit him.
They would have got distracted. They did get distracted, but Xantares couldn't take advantage of that. Xantares actually...
There's a bloke in the way!
Yeah, to be fair to Xantares, it's actually a pretty 200 IQ play there to sit next to the outline of his teammate for so long, thinking that Falcons could get distracted by it. Unfortunately, Xantares just couldn't do the work himself, left alone in that position. And yeah, it's crazy, that's for sure. It's only the second or third time I think I've ever seen that in an official. But all good. Everyone from Eternal Fire is back on the server now. And they have plenty more opportunities to get this one done.
Alrighty. Let's see if it has an effect, though. Team Falcons given a bit of a lucky one. You would expect this to go their way as well. Buying more time. I'd imagine Eternal Fire even hungrier to get this one finished now, then. After unfortunate events. Nice nade to kick things off. Wakadia tries to go through. There's no one on the other side. He makes it back. Flashes all over. It's a bit of a... wild game. More damage onto Snappy, however. He's going to invoke the third law of Counter-Strike, which is, of course, Bogdan's. And I bet there's about 50 people in the chat right now that can tell me who that guy is, but we all know the Bogdan's law. What a time, mate. What a time. The endless content stream that was NA FPL / ESEA Rank S.
What a time to be alive. I do agree. 45 seconds left in this one. Has, of course, been damaged to Snappy, as we discussed. But thankfully, the Falcons... I say thankfully, there's not really many people to worry about. Other than Madja, he's being damaged through this smoke. So one more kill to take. Finally, Sunpius will take the initiative and take him down. Now, realise what's going on the other side of the map. Plenty of damage. Eternal Fire. They might play some aggressive exits, but probably no more than that. They will do exactly that, or try exactly that, but Dupree deals with it long range. This is tally up to 5 finally. Just Woxic and Wakadia.
Money? Nope. Money, maybe. Money, maybe. Wakadia. Oh, they are watching him a little bit, but he's not getting hard checks. Spin spot now, no way. No way. He's going to try and hold his armor. Nice. behind, man, to make that happen. That $300, you know, makes all the difference to his personal econ. Tell you what, that's nice. He'll be able to ultimately get a kit, I suppose, where he might not have been able to. Something like that. He's actually not buying a kit just to spite me, Trav. Even though he's got $900. Please buy a kit. Thank you. Okay, cool. So, here we are. Eternal Fire looking to finish things. If this one does drop, then I think, you know, we look at Falcons and we go, okay, there's decent momentum here. They've closed the gap quite a lot, you know, from where it was. So, it could get worrisome if this one falls.
Apologies, there was a very loud noise outside my house. I had to mute for a bit.
No worries, mate. No worries. We would have been none the wiser. You muted perfectly.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of sirens can around in London, of course. It happens. It happens. No comment. Magic's down to 39. It's coming through. Almost would have finished him off, but didn't bounce off the wall correctly.
Slow roll here. Both teams so tentative. You know, this whole situation, this whole game's been put in a weird place because of this disconnection in what felt like the end. Flash comes in. It's perfect. They're a little bit on top of each other, though. Not the most coordinated roll, and the one man on the anti-flash gets them both. Calyx caught out in the open. Eternal Fire felt the need to make a play. Did they? Did they? You know, it's the tough part where they didn't realize, I think, so many players on the other end of Dark is the thing. If they'd sat there, I think their setup would have looked a hell of a lot better, actually, because of the amount of players coming around the other way. It's a shame, but yeah, I think they were hoping to get a flash and maybe find one or two, and they discovered, like, the entire team.
Yeah. Eternal Fire taking a while to close this out. I won't get too excited until Falcons reach 10, I would say. But they're getting pretty close. And maybe that disconnection when they were on the edge of victory has frustrated them slightly. Taking their focus away briefly can happen. Of course, just to clarify, in those sort of situations, a round absolutely will never be restarted because damage has been done. So, you know, that disconnection had a big, big part to play in the round. That is the rule.
What do we talk about here? You know, what do you say? How do you keep your head in this one? Really quite difficult. It is getting scary, isn't it? You know, Falcons have found an energy out of nowhere, and given what we saw at Cologne from FaZe, it is always possible. And you've got players like this in the squad as well that are looking so damn good, I would imagine. Dupree's doing a lot of the chit-chat, a lot of the mindset. They will fill any role to make this happen. But it just takes one slip-up, one missed shot, one whiff, one unchecked angle, and the whole round, therefore game, and therefore series, and therefore IEM Rio qualification spot will fall away.
Going to take as much care in these rounds for Falcons as you would against any sort of normal eco or normal gun round. Woxic Orc still in play. They'll know that from the exit kills Woxic got in the previous round. And Woxic's going to try and force his way forward the back of the circuit zone. Oh, my guy is screwed. See you next round, son. Perfect utility usage from Falcons. Remove that possibility. It would be frustrating for Woxic. And he finally got himself into a position to maybe do something with it. But hang on. Katie is still here. It's only one. Calyx is still here. It's one with the help of Xantares. MP9 in play. Okay, Falcons managed to deal with it. It's Maja 1v2 with a 5-7. Unfortunately for him, I think he's a little bit too far away to make a big factor in this one.
Yeah, possible. He could get some good timing. They're taking their time. So he really could get some good timing, but I think they're very savvy. Oh, and he just gets in, doesn't he, as they bail. Orb retrieved. Kit is there. What a shot! He's not picked up the kit. That will change things slightly. He knows he's now in the thick of it. He's just got to work his way. He needs that kit, though, man. Yeah, he needs it just to make this happen. So we'll see. He's going to get the kit and then reapproach. Still not a lot of time. Pius is so far back that he could just hold. You know, a round like this, you think, he's probably not going to have a kit, actually. Gets off thanks to the flash. That might just be enough. Pius has played it well here. Does lose the fight. Wait. Is there enough on the defuse? There might just be enough.
He's got it.
There is, Trav. Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Pius, he'd done enough, but a panic, of course. Maybe a call comes in that says there was a kit, because he was playing that clutch like there wasn't one. And just a second, maybe half a second too early from Pius. And the thing is, Trav, it's tough because it is 12 rounds. If you lose the round, it's over. The series is done. But you're playing that clutch sort of like he doesn't have a kit. Then you're playing it like he's not going to hold because you've thrown the 2 flashes. But then he went swinging in. You know, so many different mindsets. And I think for me, as a player in a 1v1 like that, you just have to make a decision and stick to it. Is he sticking? Is he not? And therefore, am I swinging? Etc. And he's just kind of done a bit of everything, and it didn't really work out. So that's a tough way to lose it. Certainly felt for a long, long time, though, like Eternal Fire should have had that. Anubis, Falcons, they slip up. As we said, that's that one key moment that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Eternal Fire should have won that game and did win the game. So that mistake from Pius isn't exactly, you know, a world-ending mistake. But it's still crazy, as you say, with the mindsets thinking about it against Maja. I mean, Maja actually took a really long time to shift back and pick up that kit, actually.
It's weird,
he took
isn't it?
an extra 5 seconds to pick up the kit to save 5 seconds. It was almost as long as it's short, right? 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But in the end, it actually really makes a difference at the later portion of that clutch, and Maja somehow makes it happen. Falcons will drop to that consolidation final. They play the winner of Fnatic versus Heroic, which is going down right now. On the B stream, if you want to get yourself over and watch that one. Fnatic pulled off a pretty incredible comeback to win Anubis 16-14 against Heroic, and currently Heroic are 7-4 up in map 2. So if you want to see who will play Falcons tomorrow, make sure to tune into the B stream, add a B to the URL at the top of your screen. But for now, we say congratulations to Eternal Fire for making it to the main event for IEM Rio and another trip to Brazil. But tomorrow we'll see if Falcons can right the wrongs of today and make it in the end. For now, we'll say goodnight. Thanks for watching and see you then. Cheers.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm strolling with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Bye.